Chapter 1224. Hee hee. Everyone, please be quiet. In the meeting room, Lisa Schwan secretly listened to the discussion of the teachers and continued. Just now, I heard someone worried that the paper used to make Tang Yuan had been stolen. What would happen? Or what would happen if someone made paper similar to Tang Yuan? Hee hee. I can confidently say that the above two situations are absolutely impossible. First of all, texture is only the most common characteristic of Tang Yuan. Next, everyone, please put your Tang Yuan under the sun and see what happens. Before Li Zixuan could finish, someone impatiently flattened the Tang Yuan and looked at the window. There are words. This Tang Yuan can actually show words under the sun. This is too magical. Where is it? Oh, there really is. Not only can it show words, but it can also show patterns. Could this be the legendary heavenly book? Legend has it that in ancient times there was a magical heavenly book. Ordinary people could not see any words and could only read it by using a special method to make the words appear. At this moment, someone actually linked the magical phenomenon of Tang Yuan to the heavenly book. Their imagination was really novel. Hee hee. Everyone, do you see it clearly now? Apart from the special paper used for Tang Yuan, there is also something special about it. Also, touch the surface of this Tang Yuan. Don't you feel a bumpy texture? Just based on these 2 points. It is definitely not something that can be produced by an ordinary workshop. In the future, Yanhuang Bank will also provide you with the service of verifying the authenticity of your currency for free. If you receive any suspicious Tang Yuan, you can take it for verification. The bank will have a special method to verify the authenticity of your Tang Yuan. In addition, every Tang Yuan will have a unique number and an anti-counterfeiting seal from the bank. This seal is also difficult for outsiders to copy. Mo Zhong, distribute a magnifying glass to each of the teachers. Having said that, Li Zixuan suddenly turned his head and instructed Mo Zhong. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong responded and took out a cardboard box from behind the door. Inside the box were all handheld magnifying glasses. Mo Zhong gave one to each of the gentlemen, besides Li Zixuan and Mo Huai. It was the first time the others had seen such a thing, and they couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Li Zixuan gave them a simple explanation of how to use it, then said, "That's right. Gentlemen, please use this magnifying glass and take a closer look at this seal. You will definitely find an unexpected surprise." To be honest, after experiencing so many surprises before, the teachers of the academy felt that no matter what happened next, they would not be surprised anymore. However, after magnifying the seals several times with a magnifying glass, many people still could not help but exclaim, "Oh my God! There are over 100 words in this small seal. The Tao that can be Tao is not an ordinary Tao. The name that can be named is not an ordinary name. The nameless beginning of heaven and earth, the nameless mother of all things." The words in this chapter were the first 3 chapters of the Tao Te Ching. Oh, no, there are a few typos in it. Taoism was the state religion in the Tang Dynasty, so there was no problem with using Laozi's Tao Te Ching. Typos? How could there be typos? The person who carved the seal must have done it on purpose, right? After all, only the wrong words are unique. That's possible. Overall, this Tang Yuan is too difficult to imitate. At this moment, everyone was convinced. They were completely convinced by the many black technologies hidden in Tang Yuan. They felt that Tang Yuan, with so many black technologies, was even harder to imitate than copper coins. Ha ha. Now, do you have any objections to using Tang Yuan to replace copper coins in the academy? Li Zixuan asked with a smile. Yamacho, I have no objections. Li Gang was the first to express his opinion. He was now living and eating on Mount Yun. Unless the emperor summoned him, he would not leave the mountain under normal circumstances. In this way, Tang Yuan would be in his hands. Even if he did not exchange it for copper coins, he could still use it. This would ensure that he did not have to worry about food and clothing. Moreover, compared to copper coins, Tang Yuan was much more convenient to carry around. For Li Gang, what reason did he have to disagree? Yamacho, I have no objections. I have no objections either. Me neither. For a moment, everyone in the meeting expressed their opinions. No one objected. Tang Yuan was not only convenient to carry around, but also difficult to imitate. Moreover, with Li Zishuan as the guarantor, it was also very valuable. They would not agree unless their brains were short-circuited. On the other hand, the monthly salary of the teachers in Yanhuang College was relatively high. Most of them were around 4 or 5 strings of coins. If Li Zishuan did not recommend Tang Yuan, their annual salary would probably be a few £100 of copper coins. It was not easy to find a place to store them, let alone carry them around. Since that is the case, I announce that from today onwards, all monetary transactions in the college will be conducted using Tang Yuan, not only for the teachers, but also for the students. All right, today's meeting has come to an end. Everyone, please hand over the Tang Yuan and magnifying glasses in your hands. Each class's form teachers can leave the Tang Yuan and magnifying glasses behind. In the afternoon, you will take a class to convey the contents of this meeting to all the students in the class. Moreover, you must teach the students how to distinguish between the real Tang Yuan and the fake Tang Yuan. You must teach them seriously. I will also do random checks later. Remember to return the Tang Yuan and magnifying glasses after teaching them. Dismissed. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. They thought that Li Zishuan would give all the Tang Yuan to them. They did not expect him to take them back. This was the first time they had seen such a stingy Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan caught a glimpse of everyone's expression and almost vomited blood. How could he be considered stingy? Everyone in the room had close to 200 strings of Tang Yuan. If he did not take them back, wouldn't it be asking for his life? Even if he was rich, he could not make such a big fuss. These Tang Yuan added up were equivalent to a year's salary of all the teachers in the college. How could he waste them like this? Yes, Yamacho. The teachers in the college also knew that the Tang Yuan in their hands was not a small number. Therefore, other than the form teachers of each class, the rest of the teachers handed over their Tang Yuan and left the meeting room one after another. Speaking of which, they did not even have time to eat lunch in order to participate in this meeting. Sigh. I finally convinced the teachers in the college. Li Zishuan stood up and sighed with a sense of accomplishment. Speaking of which, from today onwards, the history of China's currency would officially enter a new era. Yanhuang Bank would become the first real bank in human history. Chapter 12:25. What? The Academy will no longer use copper coins and will use Tang Yuan instead? In the afternoon, the class teachers relayed Li Zishuan's message, and the students were all shocked. However, what shocked them even more was what happened next. Because right after that, the head teachers talked about Tang Yuan's unique characteristics that were difficult to imitate. This made the students even more interested in Tang Yuan. Damn, this Tang Yuan looks good and is easy to carry around. Who doesn't like it? After class, I'll immediately exchange all my money for Tang Yuan. Chumo laughed arrogantly after hearing that. He could get hundreds of strings of cash from his family every month. Although he had a lot of money, he was starting to worry about where to put it, how to carry it around. One must know that 100 strings of cash was 500 to 600 pounds. Even if Chung Chumo had martial arts and was stronger than others, he would not stupidly carry 500 to 600 pounds of cash on his body every day. The appearance of the Tang yuan perfectly solved his problem. He no longer had to worry about having too much money. Haha, Chonyo is right. The printing of the Tang yuan is so exquisite, and Yamacho is vouching for it. What's there to worry about? I have to exchange all my money for Tang yuan. Actually, Li Zixuan did not need to take out 100,000 strings of cash as a deposit. He underestimated his influence among the students. His name, his reputation, and his reputation were far more valuable than 100,000 strings of cash. In order to allow the students to exchange for Tang yuan in time and not affect the students going home at night, only 3 classes were held in the afternoon before the break. The students of the Yanhuang Academy immediately swarmed into the Yanhuang Bank. Most of these students were from wealthy families, and each of them had a weekly allowance of more than 10 strings of coins. So when they exchanged for the Tang yuan, each of them carried a big bag of copper coins. Little Ku, not bad. I heard that you came up with the idea of Tang yuan. You're amazing. Li Tai also brought 10 strings of cash to join in the fun. He had no choice but to come. The Academy's cafeteria and grocery store had all stopped using Tang yuan. If he did not come to exchange for some money, he would not be able to eat next week. However, he couldn't carry any more copper coins. 10 coins was already his upper limit. Li Ku was a martial artist, so he naturally carried more copper coins than Li Tai. There were about 20 strings of coins in total, and he was only carrying them with one hand. It seemed like he did not expend any effort at all. Hearing Li Tai's praise, Li Ku scratched his head with his other hand. Qingke, I did not come up with the idea of Tang yuan. I only gave some suggestions. The design, printing, anti-counterfeiting, and the establishment of the Yanhuang Bank. They were all done by Yamacho. I dare not take credit for it. Haha, little Ko, why are you being so humble? No matter what, this Tang yuan has solved a huge problem for me. In the future, I can casually bring a few hundred strings of coins with me when I go out. Nouveau riche, Chung Chumo laughed arrogantly. More than 10 people came to the Yanhuang Bank today. Last year, Li Zixuan wanted to introduce a new type of mathematics to the whole country. So it was easy for Li Zixuan to recruit a large number of mathematics and bookkeeping experts for the bank. The bank was temporarily managed by his family's housekeeper, Wang Zhong. Li Zixuan planned to send Li Ku to the bank when he was almost done learning. After all, real knowledge comes from practice. Even though there were a lot of students, there were more than a dozen queues. On average, each queue only had about 50 to 60 people. The people Li Zixuan had recruited for the bank were all old fellows. They were very experienced in counting money and keeping accounts. In just an hour, all the students had exchanged the copper coins they had brought with them into paper money. Most of the students were exchanging for 10 Tang Jiao, 50 Tang Jiao, 100 Tang Jiao, and 1 Tang yuan. It wasn't that they couldn't afford the higher denominations, but that they couldn't carry so many copper coins. Many of the rich second generation or the second generation of officials had already made up their minds. During the weekends, they would definitely get their servants to bring a cart full of copper coins to exchange for Tang yuan. This way, they wouldn't have to come here every once in a while to exchange for Tang yuan. Around 5 p.m., the students who lived near the academy carried their bags and returned home with their Tang yuan. The peaceful Chang and city was about to be stirred up by the return of these students. How? What are you carrying? It looks very nice. Oh, right. Do you have enough money? If not, I'll give you some more. Gi Lane, Meng Wenhao's house. After dinner, Meng Yuliang said to his son, the Meng family was no longer what it used to be. When Meng Yuliang returned from the sea, he was awarded the title of 8th grade Xuanjie Commandant and was rewarded with a lot of money. The Meng family had completely changed from a humble class. As for his own son, Meng Yuliang had high hopes for him. This was because he understood that his title of nobility was exchanged with his life, and there were many elements of luck involved. If the Meng family really wanted to rise from a humble family to a rich and prosperous family, they still had to rely on Meng Wenhao, the only intellectual. "Father, I have enough money." Meng Wenhao could only helplessly respond to his father's doting. Then he hesitated for a moment and took out a stack of banknotes from his inner pocket. He stammered, "Oh, right, father, mother, I've exchanged all of this month's expenses into Tang Yuan." What's Tang Yuan?" Meng Yuliang asked with his eyes wide open. "Father, Tang Yuan is a type of Yamacho-s. In order to gain his family's understanding, Meng Wenhao had to repeat what their class teacher said in class. After he finished, he looked at his father hesitantly because he was afraid that Meng Yuliang would get angry. After all, although Tang Yuan had gained the trust of the students and teachers of the academy, it was hard to say if he could gain the trust of outsiders. Father Meng did not look unhappy after hearing this. He took the 2 Tang Yuan notes from Meng Wenhao's hand and looked at them carefully for a while. Finally, he smacked his lips and said with a face full of emotion, "Marquis Yong's idea is good. With Tang Yuan, Wenhao, it will be very convenient for you to carry money in the future. You won't have to worry about running into bad people with too many copper coins. TSK. And this Tang Yuan printing is really beautiful. The Yamacho was right. Other places can really copy it." "Ha ha." Meng Wenhao breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Mother Meng say, "Husband, has exchanged copper coins for Tang Yuan. In the future, will he TSK? What do you know? Don't interrupt, you woman. What kind of person is the Marquis Yong? And why would he compete with the students? What he did will only benefit Hao, and the rest. There will be no harm." Chapter 1226. Wuyun, bring a few people with you to bring 2 carts of copper coins to the academy tomorrow and exchange them all for Tang Yuan. You understand? In Duke Lu's mansion, Cheng Chumo, who had just finished his meal, was lying on the armchair and humming to his little attendant. Jiang Wuyun was dumbfounded. He suspected that his young master had eaten too much, so he asked uncertainly, "Young master, you want to use 2 carts of copper coins to buy Tang Yuan? How long will it take for our mansion to eat? If master and madam know, they'll..." It was not Jiang Wuyun's fault for misunderstanding. It was mainly because Cheng Chumo's pronunciation was too inaccurate. Cheng Chumo glared and said angrily, "It's Tang Yuan, not Tang Yuan. What is going on in your head all day long?" Young master, I'm talking about Tang Yuan. What's wrong?" CK. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Here, come and see. It's Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan. Did you see it clearly?" Cheng Chumo was extremely helpless. He could only take out a few pieces of Tang Yuan, pointed at the words on them, and gnashed his teeth. "Oh, it's Tang Yuan." Jiang Wuyun suddenly realized. He scratched his head and wondered, "Young master, although the patterns on these notes are very beautiful, they're not worth 2 carts of copper coins. If master and madam know, go away, don't use my parents to pressure me. Do you believe that I'll beat you up if you continue to dawdle? Besides, this money is originally my monthly expenses. I'm just using it to exchange for Tang Yuan, not for a chicken or dog fight. What can my parents do if they know?" Cheng Chumo was really impatient. He kicked Jiang Wuyun's butt and said angrily, "Ugly bull, what are you doing? You're sneaking around and not letting me know? Tell me, I'll see if I should beat you up." At this moment, Chung Yaojin walked in with a majestic gait. His loud and clear voice shook the dust off the tiles. When Chung Chumo heard this, his face was full of black lines. What did he mean by, "Tell me, then see if I should beat you up"? It turns out that you're treating beating your son as your own pleasure. What? Why didn't you say anything? Go on. Tell me, what did you do? Father, I didn't do anything. Chung Yaojin sat opposite Chung Chumo and stared at Chung Chumo with a burning gaze. Chung Chumo could only say helplessly, "I just changed all the money my family gave me for this month to Tang Yuan." Tang Yuan, the one in your hand. What were they doing? Bring it over, and let this old man take a look. When Chung Yaojin heard this, he did not immediately scold him. Instead, he looked at the few pieces of green paper in Chung Chumo's hand and said, "Father, Tang Yuan is a new toy that Yamacho tinkered with. It is used to replace copper coins. In the future, the Academy can only use Tang Yuan and not copper coins. Father, don't underestimate copper coins. Let me tell you, this toy..." When Chung Chumo saw that his father's attitude was not bad, he was happy to tell him more about Tang Yuan. After half an hour, Chung Yaojin clicked his tongue and said, "Little Xian has thought of another good way to earn money. Ugly Bull, go back and ask little Xian if his bank is short of money. If he is short of money, this old man can invest 50,000 strings of coins." "Ah, father, you..." Chung Chumo's eyes widened. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. He stuttered, "Father, this bank doesn't make money. Now, the students and teachers of the Academy don't need to pay extra to exchange copper coins and Tang Yuan. Why do you still need to invest so much money?" Chung Yaojin pursed his lips and said to Chung Chumo angrily, "You brat, what do you know? Not collecting extra money now doesn't mean that we won't collect extra money in the future. In this old man's opinion, little Xian's bank will definitely have great prospects in the future. Moreover, it will be a huge profit with little capital." Chongren Lane, Zhangsun Wuji's residence. I have to say, this Li Zixuan's idea is really strange, using paper Tang Yuan to replace the heavy copper coins. This idea is bold, but it is also a wonderful idea. This old man dares to conclude that this lad must have a big plan. It is definitely not just a plot of land in Yanhuang College. Zhangsun Wuji said emotionally as he held the Tang Yuan that Zhangsun Chong brought back from the Academy. "Father, do you mean that Yamacho might promote Tang Yuan to people outside the Academy in the future?" Zhang Sun Chong asked with uncertainty. He really didn't think about it in this direction. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and said, "Ha, it's not a possibility, but a certainty." Although Li Zixuan didn't say it clearly, this old man dares to conclude that he wants to gradually replace copper coins with Tang Yuan in the entire Tang Empire. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The younger generation will surpass us in time. When Zhang Sun Chong heard this, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in disbelief, "Father, if that day really comes, won't Yanhuang Bank become the richest bank in Tang Empire? Not only the richest, it will also be the most profitable place in the entire Tang Empire." If Chung Yaojin could think of this, how could Zhang Sun Wuji not think of it? He also predicted that Yanhuang Bank would definitely start to collect service fees when exchanging money in the future. "Ah, father, this bank can still make money, but when we were exchanging money in the afternoon, Yamacho didn't collect more from us." Zhang Sun Chong subconsciously thought that Yanhuang Bank was just a product that specialized in serving the students and teachers of the Academy and not for profit. That was why he was so suspicious. Even if this bank doesn't collect more from the people inside the Academy, it will definitely collect more from the people outside the Academy. At that time, to Li Zixuan, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would make a fortune every day. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and sighed. He and Cheng Yaojin only thought of one way for the bank to make money, collecting service fees. They didn't think that Yanhuang Bank had an even more important way of making money. Ha ha! If that's the case, Yamacho is really a genius. Zhang Sun Chong scratched his head and laughed. Zhang Sun Wuji glanced at his son indifferently. Back then, he had sent Zhang Sun Chong to Yanhuang Academy to study mainly because he wanted Zhang Sun Chong to get close to and befriend Li Zixuan, the new favorite of the empire. He did not expect that after a few months, Zhang Sun Chong had completely forgotten his original mission and had turned into a little bootlicker. He seemed to have been subdued by Li Zixuan's profound knowledge and powerful personal charm. Thinking of this, Zhang Sun Wuji sighed, helplessly. It wasn't that he was useless, but that the other party was too difficult to deal with. After a moment of silence in the study room, Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly said, after 2 days, when you return to the academy, privately ask the Duke of Yong, and to see if his bank is still lacking money. If it is, the Zhang Sun family can take out 100,000 strings of coins to join Yanhuang Bank. Zhang Sun Chong was immediately stunned. His father was such a proud person, but he actually took the initiative to find someone to cooperate with. Was the sun going to rise from the west? Yes, father. Chapter 1227. Since he couldn't beat them, then he would join them. To a certain extent, Zhang Sun Wuji and Li Zixuan had the same party belief, protect the Crown Prince party. There was no need for him to deliberately fight with Li Zixuan. In the past year, Li Zixuan had used a series of methods to establish a power group with Yanhuang College as the core. That young lad who had just returned from Mount Longhu had become an existence that many people couldn't afford to offend. Since they couldn't afford to offend him, and they had a common interest, why not seek cooperation for mutual benefits? After all, no one would go against benefits. Also, Li Zixuan's workshop has been manufacturing bicycles and carriages. It should consume a lot of iron, right? Even if he has an iron mine in Hudong Road, I'm afraid he won't be able to supply it. Tell Li Zixuan that if he's willing to cooperate, I'm willing to let him mine the iron mine of the Zhang Sun family. As long as he can give us half of the iron he refines. In the study room, Zhang Sun Wuji's face revealed a sly smile. He stroked his beard and said to Zhang Sun Chong, "What was a win-win situation?" This was called a win-win situation. Currently, Li Zixuan didn't seem to lack money, but he lacked resources. Things like iron mines couldn't be bought with money. Zhang Sun Wuji giving his iron mine to Li Zixuan was exactly what Li Zixuan wanted. At the same time, the Zhang Sun family wouldn't be at a disadvantage, because with the Zhang Sun family's iron refining skills, it would take a few hundred years to refine all of their iron mine into iron. Speaking of which, why would Zhang Sun Wuji care about what happened a few hundred years later? At that time, whether the Zhang Sun family would still exist would be a problem. However, if the iron ore was given to Li Zixuan to refine, it would be completely different. With the smelting speed of the Strange Taste Pavilion's smelting speed, the amount of iron produced in 1 year would be equivalent to the Zhang Sun family's previous 4 to 5 years of production. Even if he gave half of it to Li Zixuan as remuneration, Zhang Sun Wuji would still make a huge profit. This was a method that sacrificed future resources in exchange for current wealth, and it was a win-win situation. The old fox was indeed an old fox. He was probably the only one who could come up with such a smart idea. "Father, you want to give our iron mine to Yamacho? Then wouldn't our family suffer a huge loss?" Why would Zhang Sun Chong think so much? He looked at his father in disbelief. Although he did admire Li Zixuan more personally, Zhang Sun Wuji's image in his heart had always been one who prioritized the interests of the family. Now, the old man's actions made him a little confused. Whether it was a loss or not, he would only know after trying. Chong'er, you just have to tell Li Zixuan this. Zhang Sun Wuji stroked his beard and smiled. Oh, okay, father. Although Zhang Sun Chong was full of doubts, he still scratched his head and replied. The first time Tang Yuan met the world, he had already caused a lot of commotion. The main reason was that Tang Yuan was easy to carry around and difficult to imitate. This had attracted the attention of many people. However, most people only treated Tang Yuan as an extremely exquisite work of art. Only a very small number of people could be like Zhang Sun Wuji and see the huge business opportunity behind Tang Yuan and Yanhuang Bank. Young master, just yesterday afternoon, the bank had exchanged Tang Yuan worth more than 6,000 strings of coins for the students. This is unbelievable. On the second day, Wang Zhong came to the courtyard and told Li Zixuan excitedly. Li Zixuan had just finished his meal. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and smiled. Uncle Wang, this is only the beginning. There are still many more things that you can't believe. Oh, right, the bank has so much money. Firstly, they have to pay attention to safety. If they don't have enough manpower, I will send more guards over. Secondly, they have to take out the copper coins to dry regularly to prevent them from rusting. This was the true meaning of having so much money that it was rusty and moldy. Not only would iron rust, but copper would also rust. This was called copper rust. In ancient times, the circulation of money wasn't very frequent. Those rich families would often let their servants dry their copper coins regularly to prevent the copper coins from rusting and affecting their quality. Young master, don't worry. This old man knows all of this, Faubert said with a smile. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Since that's the case, Uncle Wang, you can go and do your work first. Faubert clasped his hands and left. He still had to go to the bank for his duty. Husband, you have worked hard for so many days. Can you finally relax now? After Faubert left, Han Yushi walked over and handed over a cup of hot water with a smile. Recently, Li Zixuan had been running around for Tang Yuan and the bank. He even worked overtime and stayed up late. Han Yushi's heart ached when she saw this. She wished she could replace him. However, there were some things that she couldn't replace, so she could only worry by the side. I'm not busy anymore. However, now that my confinement period is over, it's time for me to go out and walk around. Li Zixuan had just finished his meal, and the cup of hot water that Han Yushi brought over was just in time. He smiled as he drank the hot water. Speaking of which, today was a good day. It had been exactly 2 months since he was confined by Lier. Although he was an otaku, the feeling of not being able to go out when he clearly had something to do was really too uncomfortable for him. Oh, I almost forgot. Today is a good day for my husband to be released from confinement. My husband's memory is really good. When Han Yushi heard this, she came to a realization and then said with a hint of reluctance, In these 2 months, Li Zixuan couldn't go out, so naturally, he spent more time with her. However, she also knew that her husband was someone who did big things and couldn't be by her side forever. Therefore, her face didn't reveal the slightest bit of girlish emotions. Brother, can I go out and play? Lan wants to go out too. Lan immediately shouted after hearing the couple's conversation. She had been holding it in for the past 2 months. Although she also had a companion, Li Anren. An Yinshan, how could it be as lively as Chang'an? Okay. We'll go out in a while. We'll go to Uncle Chin's house for lunch at noon. Li Zixuan rubbed Lan Er's little head and said, due to confinement, their family didn't go out to pay New Year's greetings during the New Year. One had to know that Han Yushi had just married into the Li family last year and was considered a newlywed. A newlywed's return to the family in the first year was very important. However, it was precisely because Li Zixuan was confined that Han Yushi didn't even return to the family. Although the confinement period was over, Han Tianhu had gone to Lan province, and the Han family was basically an empty house. Fortunately, Han Yushi still had a pair of adoptive parents. If she went to visit and show her filial piety, she would more or less feel some comfort in her heart. Chapter 1228. Around 9 in the morning, 2 carriages came down from the mountain path of Cloud Mountain. The carriage in front was filled with Li Zixuan, Han Yushi, and Lan Er, while the carriage behind was filled with gifts. After all, this trip was considered half a return trip, so it should be more grand. Strange pavilions, don't touch me, carriage drove on the cement road without any bumps. It was so comfortable that Li Zixuan couldn't help but yawn. On the road, there were many farmers heading to the Chang and market. They didn't care whether Li Zixuan could hear them or not. Once they saw Li Zixuan's personal horse carriage, they shouted, "Greetings, Marquis!" This was Li Zixuan's reputation in Lantian County. Although he hadn't had the time to do anything since the entirety of Lantian County had been incorporated into his fief, this year the villagers of Plum Village and Han Family Village had earned a lot of money because of the greenhouse vegetables. This made all the citizens of Lantian County see hope. They believed that Li Zixuan would definitely let them live a good life. Following the cement road, the horse carriage quickly arrived at Chang and City. Wow, isn't this the Marquis's horse carriage? I haven't seen it in a long time. Hey, it really is. How long has it been since the Marquis came to Chang and City? It's been at least a month, right? After more than 2 months, the Li family's special carriage finally appeared in front of the people of Chang. And again, many people whispered in the direction of the carriage. In their hearts, they always felt that without Li Zixuan, Chang and City seemed to have missed a lot of interesting things in the past 2 months. As Li Zixuan listened to the whispers of the passers-by, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He thought to himself, "I'm finally back." The horse carriage entered the city from Yenqing Gate and traveled west. After 15 minutes, it finally arrived at Qin Manor. Half an hour ago, Li Zixuan had sent someone to Chang and to inform the Qin family. Therefore, the Qin family was well prepared. Both inside and outside the house were cleaned up. Red lanterns were hung up. There was a red carpet on the ground at the door. It looked quite festive. As for the bride's return to her parents' home in the first year, first of all, it was the beginning of the new year, and the whole family was reunited. Naturally, it was inconvenient for her to go back to her parents' home. The 15th day of the first lunar month was also the first full moon of the year. He was afraid that his daughter-in-law would not be able to reunite with her family when she returned. Therefore, they would usually return to their parents' home on the 2nd day of the first lunar month and the 16th day of the first lunar month, so as to take care of the reunion of both parties. The 2nd and the 16th of the first lunar month had already passed, but Madame Qin still wanted to create a grand atmosphere in the manor. She wanted to give face to her adopted daughter and make her feel better. "Ha ha, Yushi, little Xian, you're here. Come in and have a seat." Madame Qin held Han Yushi's hand and smiled. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Auntie Qin, you and Yushi can go in first. Huayu and I will ask the servants to move all the things in the carriage inside." As for Lan the little girl felt that there were no friends to play with in the Qin family, so she went back to Yongla Lane. "Hey, you 2 children, it's fine if you're here. Why did you bring so many things?" Madame Qin said, unhappily. However, although she said that, she also understood that these things were etiquette and were even more ostentatious. They had to bring them when they returned home on the new year. After chatting with Li Zixuan for a while, Madame Qin pulled Han Yushi's arm and walked into the house. Mother, did Godfather go to the morning court? Han Yushi supported Madame Qin and asked, yes, if he knew that you and little Xian were coming in the morning, he would definitely have asked for leave today. Mother, that won't do. Godfather is the pillar of the country. He naturally has to prioritize national affairs. When it was close to noon, Qin Xiong finally returned from the palace. When he saw Li Zixuan and Han Yushi coming over, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. He said that he wanted to have a few drinks with Li Zixuan at noon. His old injury had already healed last year, and his alcohol tolerance had slowly returned to its previous state. Mrs. Qin was so happy that she personally cooked a large table full of exquisite and delicious dishes. For a moment, everyone was toasting each other, and it was extremely lively. After eating and drinking, Madame Qin brought Han Yushi to the backyard. Qin Xiong took the opportunity to talk to Li Zixuan about serious matters. Little Xian, I heard that you've set up a bank and Tang Yuan. I saw Tang Yuan last night. It's really not bad and very convenient. However, during the morning court today, someone accused you of privately minting coins and flouting the national law. When he heard the second half of the sentence, Li Zixuan's face darkened. He couldn't help but ask, Uncle Qin, what happened after that? Qin Xiong shook his head and laughed. Ha! At that time, I wanted to defend you, but who would have thought that there were two people faster than me? I could only wait patiently. Who are they? Qin Xiong smiled and replied, one is your Uncle Cheng, and the other is Zhao Guogong. Jijie is fine, but Zhao Guogong, I've never heard of any friendship between the two of you before. Zhao Guogong? Zhangsun Wuji? When Li Zixuan heard that, he was even more confused than Qin Xiong. What kind of relationship did he have with Zhangsun Wuji? If there was a relationship, it could only be a competitive relationship, right? After all, both of them were in the ironware business. But why was the old fox speaking up for him? Li Zixuan couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. In the end, he could only force himself to come up with a reason. Ahem, Uncle Qin, this might be because I saved Zhang Sun Chong during the chaos in Chang and City last year. Moreover, Zhang Sun Chong is still my student now, right? Qin Xiong felt that this was not impossible. He nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said with a serious face, Xiao Xian, it's fine if you only use Tang Yuan in the academy now, but I know that you have big plans. In the future, you will definitely use Tang Yuan in other places. But I hope that before you make this decision, you must seek His Majesty's approval. Not only this matter, but when you encounter other big matters in the future, you must not act on your own accord. What happened to the Cui family last time must not happen again. Li Zixuan was silent. Then he nodded and said, Uncle Qin, don't worry. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. In the future, I will definitely do things more seriously. Qin Xiong was satisfied and assured. He nodded, and a smile finally appeared on his serious face. That's good. That's good. Ha ha. Recently, thanks to you, little Xian, the vegetables on the Qin family's farmstead have matured. Although the farmsteads don't earn as much as your farmsteads, they still earn quite a bit. It's enough for everyone to work hard for several years. The farmsteads of the Qin, Cheng, Niu, and Yuchi families started planting greenhouse vegetables half a month later than Li Zixuan's farmsteads. It just so happened that it was harvest season recently. although the price of greenhouse vegetables in Chang and city was not as expensive as before, it was definitely not cheap either. The farmsteads of these 4 families could still make a profit. Ha ha, Uncle Chin, you're too serious. What does this have to do with luck? The money that the farmers earn is all earned with their own hands. It has nothing to do with this nephew. Chapter 12:29. Xiao Xian, is your bank still short of money? Although my Qin family isn't a wealthy family, if you urgently need money, I can still raise some. Qin Manor, main hall. After talking about the farmers, Qin Qiong talked about the bank. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Uncle Qin, but the bank is only running in the academy now, so I'm not short of money. When I'm short of money in the future, I'll be thick-skinned and ask Uncle Qin." In terms of family background, the Qin family was actually poorer than the Chung family. After all, because they owned shares in the winery, the Chung family's monthly dividends were comparable to the total income of the previous year. Qin Qiong had always been good to him, and he was Han Yushi's adoptive father. In the past, he might have neglected Qin Qiong when he had a business to make a fortune, but with the bank now, if there was a chance in the future, he had to bring the Qin family along. Qin Qiong glared and said, "What are you talking about, kid? The Qin family's things will not only belong to Huayu in the future, but also to you. I've always treated you as half a son. If you need anything from the Qin family, just ask. There's nothing to be thick-skinned about." These words were said sincerely. To Qin Qiong, Li Zixuan was not only his savior, but also half a son-in-law. Many times, Qin Qiong treated Li Zixuan as his own son. Some treatment even Qin Huayu couldn't compare to. Li Zixuan was touched and said, "Uncle Qin, I appreciate your kindness. If I need anything in the future, I'll definitely not be polite to you." After having lunch at Qin Manor, Han Yushi returned to Yongla Lane to wait. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, went to Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, Yuqi Jingda, Li Jing, Yan Lide, and Li Daozong's families. He sat for a while in each family. After all, it was not easy for him to get out of prison. Moreover, this could also tell others that he, Li Zixuan, had returned from Cloud Mountain. After they finished shopping, the sky was already dark, and it was obviously too late to return to Cloud Mountain. In an era without street lights, it was not so easy to walk at night. Thus, the couple and Lon spent the night in the Yongla Lane residence. The next morning, the 3 of them set off for Cloud Mountain. "Wife, Lon, you 2 go back first. I still have some things to do." At the foot of the Cloud Mountain, Li Zixuan jumped off the carriage and said to Han Yushi and Lon, who were in the carriage, "Husband, where are you going?" Han Yushi lifted the curtain and asked, "Haha, I will make a trip to Lantian County's Yamen and return before noon." Li Zixuan smiled and urged the 2 of them to hurry up the mountain. Now that they were in the territory of Cloud Mountain, he was no longer worried about Han Yushi and Lan's safety. That was why he could leave with peace of mind. After watching the carriage climb up the mountain path, Li Zixuan turned around and walked towards Lantian County in the north. It was already early spring, and there were traces of green on the road. Compared to the withering of all things in winter, early spring undoubtedly brought more hope and vitality to people. Along the way, Li Zixuan enjoyed the beautiful scenery of early spring. When he met the villagers who greeted him, he smiled and nodded. After about 45 minutes, he finally arrived at the foot of Lantian County. The green city wall was not tall, but from afar, it looked quite imposing. 2 guards stood at the city gate, inspecting the pedestrians entering and leaving the city. With Chang and city next to it, there were very few pedestrians entering and exiting Lantian County. For those who were doing business or wanted to enter the city to buy things, Chang and city was definitely their first choice. Anyway, Chang and city was not very far for them, so they might as well take a few more steps and go to Chang and city to sell things for a higher price or to have better choices. In any era, a super city had a huge siphon effect on the surrounding counties. Chang and city in the Tang Dynasty was no exception. As such, Lantian County's position was a little awkward because of its natural geographical disadvantage. In terms of development prospects, it was almost impossible to get close to Chang and city. At most, it could only follow behind Chang and city and eat soy sauce or drink soup. Therefore, the county magistrate of Lantian County did not ask for no merit, but to not make any mistakes. It was because the structure of Lantian County was set, and it was difficult for there to be any big development. After asking a passerby, Li Zixuan knew the direction of the county office and walked towards it. Don't run. Stop. Your father sold you to this young master. Are you still thinking of running? Quick, quick, catch her for me. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps and an arrogant man's voice behind him. Aya, isn't this the son of old Master Fan from the east of the city? Why is he here? Let's go, let's go. Sai, I don't know whose family's daughter is going to suffer this time. I heard it's Wu Laosan's daughter. Sai, this Wu Laosan lost dozens of strings of coins at the Fan family's gambling den. How can he afford to pay it back? He probably sold his own daughter. Sai, what a pity. The Fan family. Let's go, let's go. Don't meet young Master Fan later. Humph. In my opinion, the good days of the Fan family's father and son are coming to an end, now that Lantian County has become the fief of the Marquis of Yong, and everyone knows that the Marquis of Yong entreats the people of his fief very well. When the time comes, will the Fan family continue to do whatever they want? But why hasn't the Marquis of Yong and come to Lantian County after so long? Let's not count on it. Listening to the whispers of the passers-by, Li Zixuan shook his head. He had watched many melodramatic dramas in his previous life, but he did not expect such a melodramatic plot to fall on his head. It seemed that the sky of Lantian County was not so clear. Ah, bam. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from behind him. Li Zixuan turned around and saw a woman in coarse hemp clothes who had fallen to the ground. Behind the woman was a slightly plump youth with a mole at the corner of his mouth, who was leading a group of strong men towards them. Ha ha! Let a wretched girl like you run? Are you still going to run now? Men, tie her up and bring her back. The slightly plump youth did not continue to run. He pointed at the woman who had fallen to the ground and laughed arrogantly. Yes, young master. The group of people roared in agreement and surrounded the woman. No, no, young Master Fan. The money my father owes you, I will definitely pay it back for him. Don't catch me. The woman wanted to get up from the ground, but perhaps because she had fallen too hard before she could get up, she was lifted up from the ground by the group of people behind her. Her face was full of tears, and as she struggled, she complained bitterly to the slightly plump youth behind her. Hee, you still want it. What are you going to use to pay it back? 30 strings of coins. Even if you don't calculate the interest, you won't be able to pay it back in your lifetime. Hee, why don't you follow me back and pay with your body? Chapter 12:30. No, save me, save me. On the streets of the county town of Lantian County, the young girl's face was immediately filled with horror when she heard the young man say the words, "Pay with my body." She struggled desperately with tears in her eyes. Save me? Look at what this is. The chubby young man took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and laughed coldly. This is a slave contract. Now that you're my maid, instead of serving me properly, You want to run away from home. Do you believe that I'll send you to the authorities for punishment? In ancient times, the lowest status was a slave. This young girl was sold to the young man with the surname Fan. According to the Tang Dynasty's laws, she could not run away as she pleased. Under such circumstances, the young man with the surname Fan would definitely win the case even if it was brought to the authorities. Furthermore, the young girl might even be tortured in court. Slaves, those who had no thoughts and only knew how to serve their masters wholeheartedly, were called slaves. Their lives were in the hands of their masters, not to mention running away from home. Now, that slave contract had completely pushed the young girl to the bottom of the abyss. No, I didn't sign this. I didn't draw it. The young girl's tears fell like rain as she desperately tried to resist. However, how could her little bit of strength be a match for the group of burly men around her? Even if she tried her best, she would not be able to cause them any trouble. Bah, why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and follow me back. The chubby young man waved his hand and said impatiently. After that, he turned around and wanted to bring the little beauty home to enjoy. But who knew? Hey, where did this poor scholar come from? Get lost. Don't block my way. In the middle of the road stood a young man who looked like a scholar. Although his light blue clothes were not luxurious, they were clean and tidy. Compared to the luxuriously dressed young man, he had an even more extraordinary temperament. Humph, Fan Jianxiang, don't you know whose territory Lantian County is now? How dare you kidnap a girl here? Aren't you afraid that Marquis will punish your Fan family? The blue-robed scholar said coldly to the chubby young man without fear. Uffed. Fan Jianxiang? Strong and strong? When Li Zishuan heard the name of the chubby young man, he almost burst out laughing. As for the scholar who was blocking the road, he also recognized her. She was Yu Dehang from the Yu clan, whom he had met a few times before. However, because he was quite far away from Fan Jianxiang, Fan Jianxiang and the others, and there were many people in between them, although he could see Yu Dehang through the gaps in the crowd, Yu Dehang did not notice him. At this time, a manservant beside Fan Jianxiang came to his ear and whispered a few words. Fan Jianxiang laughed and said, I was wondering who it was. So it was elementary scholar, Yu, from the Yu family manor. You're asking me whose territory this Lantian County is? Ha, no matter whose territory it is. It is fine as long as it is not yours. You, elementary scholar you, should go home and study hard. Wait until you've truly become an elementary scholar before you meddle in other people's business, right? Ha ha ha. The reason why Yu Dehang was called elementary scholar Yu by the villagers was because he had not been able to obtain the title of elementary scholar despite having taken the exam many times. However, he was indeed very knowledgeable, so the villagers called him that. Now that Fan Jianxiang had used this nickname to ridicule him, Yu Dehang immediately became angry. Fan Jianxiang, don't go too far. Let go of this girl, or I will go to the county yamen to sound the drum and complain about the crime of forcibly kidnapping a civilian girl. Go ahead and sue. Go ahead and sue. I'll tell you the truth. Even if the heavenly emperor comes today, don't expect me to let her go. Humph. Come, chase the sour scholar away with a stick. Don't hinder me from doing my business. Fan Jianxiang put one hand on his waist and waved the slave contract with the other. He had the feeling that, with the slave contract in hand, the world is mine. He laughed loudly and said without fear, Ha ha, young Master Fan, you remind me of someone who used to be as arrogant as you. Do you know how he is now? Just as Fan Jianxiang's two guards were brandishing their sticks and walking towards Yu Dehang, a faint but clear voice suddenly came from the street. When Yu Dehang heard this voice, his expression changed slightly. He was about to say something, but after thinking for a while, he decided not to say anything. What happened to him after that? Fan Jianxiang did not know why, but he followed the voice and asked this question. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Fan Jianxiang could not help but squint his eyes. When he opened them again, there was suddenly another person in front of him. It was a handsome young man with a strong aura. Ha ha! After that, he ate celery for half a year, and his breath finally became fresh. The young man looked at Fan Jianxiang with a serious face. Fan Jianxiang uffed. Ha ha ha! Yu Dahang was stunned for a moment, and finally could not help but laugh out loud. The more he laughed, the more he wanted to laugh. In the end, he laughed so hard that he could not even straighten his back. The girl who was caught by the Fan family guards, who had been crying a moment ago, could not help but want to laugh. Even when she thought about how she was in prison, she still wanted to laugh. Uffed. In the end, she could not hold it in. With a puffed sound, her tears turned into laughter. Her laughter was called a weeping beauty. You bastard! Humph! The sun really rose from the west today. Here comes another ignorant person who dares to make fun of this young master. Men, beat him. Beat him hard. Don't beat him to death. Beat him until he's seriously injured, then bring him back for treatment. After he's healed, then beat him again. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Fan Jianxiang came back to his senses and realized that he had been humiliated by Li Zixuan. His face turned green and white, and then he pointed at Li Zixuan and gnashed his teeth. Yes, young master. All the guards that Fan Jianxiang brought with him suddenly rushed towards Li Zixuan fiercely. Hey, stop! Yu Dahang was just about to shout, stop, when he saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have made a hand gesture to him, indicating that he should not make a sound. He could only obediently shut his mouth. Facing the Fan family guards, who were rushing towards him like hungry wolves, Li Zixuan suddenly disappeared from where he was. Following that, Yu Dahang and the rest only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Then, the Fan family guards fell to the ground with their faces paralyzed. They were either rubbing their arms, legs, or stomachs. A wave of wails filled the air. It could not be helped. These people's fighting abilities were on a completely different level compared to Li Zixuan's. It was too easy to deal with them. Seeing this, Fan Jianxiang realized that Li Zixuan and the other 4 martial arts experts. He widened his eyes in shock and anger. Pointing at Li Zixuan, he said in horror, You don't come any closer. My father is Phantom. Stop right there. You dare to hurt people on the street? Believe it or not, my father will send people to arrest you. Chapter 1231. Phantom? Li Zixuan paused for a moment, then laughed. Your father may have a good name, but I don't have any rice here. Why would a rice bucket like him want to catch me? Fan Jianxiang was furious. His father's name had been mocked before, but ever since his father became famous in Lantian County, no one dared to make fun of this joke. When he heard Li Zixuan's mocking words, he was so angry that his face turned purple. You little bastard, you're done for. Smack. Ouch. As soon as Fan Jianxiang cursed, he felt as if his face had been ruthlessly slapped by a piece of metal. At that moment, he even felt that his face was no longer his own. Following that, his entire body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Silence. The entire street was silent. Previously, when Li Zixuan had attacked the Fan family's guards, it had attracted the attention of a few brave passers-by. Now that they saw Li Zixuan directly teach Fan Jianxiang a lesson, the passers-by all sucked in a breath of cold air. While they were secretly delighted, they were also surprised at who this young man was. Hiss! old Master Fan's son, was beaten up? Who is this? He looks unfamiliar. Maybe he's from another county? There were many people who knew Li Zixuan, but there were even more who didn't know him. Oh my God! Isn't that the Duke of Yong? And why is he in Lantian County? Duke of Yong, and are you sure? Gulp. I'm sure. It's really the Duke of Yong. And I saw him in Chang, and last year. That's great. The Duke of Yong, and is in Lantian County. Let's see how the Fan father and son can still be so arrogant. The onlookers were shocked at first, but when someone recognized Li Zixuan's identity, everyone cheered. When Li Zixuan had beaten up Fan Jinxiang, the young girl who had been caught by the Fan family guards had been so shocked that she had forgotten to run away. She stood there in a daze. Now that she heard the crowd mention Li Zixuan's identity, her eyes suddenly glowed with vitality. I don't like people with foul mouths, so I suggest you eat more celery in the future. That way, your breath will be fresher. Li Zixuan slowly walked over and looked at Fan Jinxiang, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. You are Marquis Yong, and Fan Jinxiang's face was swollen. After such a fall, he could no longer get up from the ground. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding commoners, Fan Jinxiang's face was filled with horror. Clearly, he had heard the words Marquis of Yong, and from his father or others before. What? Didn't you just say that even if the Heavenly Emperor came, he wouldn't let her go? Now that I'm asking you to release him, are you going to release him or not? Li Zixuan squatted down and looked at Fan Jinxiang's swollen face as he asked calmly, Marquis, I have her indenture contract here. She is now mine. Fan Jinxiang raised his head and looked at the girl standing not far away as he said unwillingly, swoosh. Immediately after, Fan Jinxiang felt a gust of wind blow past his ear. Then, the indenture contract in his hand was already in Li Zixuan's hands. Humph! Indenture contract? Where is it? Li Zixuan's hand shook slightly, and that indenture contract instantly turned into pieces of paper. Then it drifted along with the cold wind and landed on the street. You, Marquis Yong, and you destroyed the evidence without permission. You are unreasonable. Fan Jinxiang's eyes widened as he roared furiously. Ha ha! I forgot to tell you. This marquis is a marquis personally conferred by the Emperor. Lantian County is a fief that the Emperor personally bestowed to this marquis. This is my territory, and I have the final say here. Li Zixuan smiled faintly. He was the true king of Lantian County. Here, as long as he didn't do anything treacherous like rebelling, he could always enjoy the highest treatment. Everyone had to listen to him. Whatever he said, it was what it was. For a small case like Fan Jinxiang's kidnapping of a civilian girl, even if he didn't have any evidence, no one would do anything to him. At most, they would just scold him in private, who asked the entire Lantian County to be his fief. There were ways to deal with cultured people. To deal with a bully like Fan Jinxiang, there was a need to use more overbearing methods to deal with him. One had to let the bully experience the feelings of those who were bullied by them. Fan Jinxiang was feeling aggrieved. He used to be able to do whatever he wanted in Lantian County, but now he had fallen to the point where he was bullied. He wanted to reason with others, but the other party wouldn't reason with him. At this moment, he finally tasted the feeling of being bullied. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a flurry of footsteps suddenly came from the street. Then a person shouted loudly, "Who dares to fight on the street in broad daylight? Stop right now. Otherwise, all of you will be taken back to the county yamen for questioning." As soon as the voice fell, a group of people surrounded Li Zixuan and the others. Looking at their uniforms, they were the yamen runners of Lantian County. "Young Master Fan, are you all right? The head constable saw Fan Jianxiang lying on the ground with swollen cheeks and hurriedly ran over. He asked with concern, Constable Zhao, I'm fine. Fan Jianxiang's face didn't show any joy because of the arrival of reinforcements. Instead, there was a trace of panic. He said to Constable Zhao with an unnatural expression, Impudent, which unruly commoner dares to hurt people on the streets of Lantian County? Men, take him back to the county yamen for this constable. Constable Zhao thought that Fan Jianxiang was afraid of Li Zishuan's martial prowess and didn't dare to speak. He suddenly stood up and pointed at Li Zishuan as he spoke sternly. However, he quickly noticed the abnormality in his surroundings. Not only were the commoners on the street not afraid of him, but they were looking at him as if he was an idiot. This made him a little confused. All right. Come, Constable Zhao, quickly take me back to the county yamen. I just happen to have some things to discuss with county magistrate. Li Zishuan looked at Constable Zhao and said with a smile. However, no one noticed that a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Men, take him back. Constable Zhao thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reason. The main reason was that he didn't recognize Li Zishuan and thought that he was from another county and probably didn't have any background. Thus, he gritted his teeth and waved at the surrounding yamen runners. Hey, wait, Constable Zhao, since it's a fight, you can't just arrest me, right? In order to avoid criticism, you have to bring young Master Fan back to the county yamen as a witness. Li Zishuan smiled and said, the main reason was that he was worried that Fan Jianxiang would secretly escape. Oh, you have a point. Men, take young Master Fan back to the county yamen. One was to arrest, the other was to invite. The difference in treatment was obvious. Chapter 1232. Under the lead of Lantian County's Constable Zhao, Li Zishuan, and Fan Jianxiang were escorted to the county yamen. The onlookers, Yu Dahang, and the girl who was rescued from the Zhao family's guards all followed behind Constable Zhao without a word. However, the way they looked at Constable Zhao was filled with hatred and a trace of sympathy. Yes, it was sympathy. Obviously, they had already predicted Constable Zhao's tragic fate. Sir, I was patrolling the streets today and discovered bandits assaulting people on the streets. I've brought them back to the county yamen. Please open the court for questioning. At the back of the Lantian County yamen, Constable Zhao hurriedly ran over and saluted County Magistrate, he who was reading in the corridor. Oh, who's so bold? All right, was anyone injured? County Magistrate, he raised his head and asked in surprise. Sir, the identity of the bandit is unknown, but Master Fan's eldest son was seriously injured. Constable Zhao replied, Fan Jianxiang? It's him? County Magistrate, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Constable Zhao meaningfully. He then waved his hand and said, Please wait for a moment. I'll change my clothes and go to the court now. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, County Magistrate, he, dressed in his official robes, brought Constable Zhao to the county yamen's court. When he saw the people in the court, County Magistrate, he almost wet his pants. Ho! County Magistrate, he hurriedly walked over and bowed to Li Zishuan, but someone was faster than him. How dare you? You're in the court, and you're not bowing to the County Magistrate. Constable Zhao took a step forward and shouted at Li Zishuan. County Magistrate, he was a civil official, but at this moment, he couldn't help but curse. What was a pig teammate? This was the perfect example of a pig-like teammate. Slap! County Magistrate, he knew that he couldn't let Constable Zhao fool around anymore. He immediately walked over and gave Constable Zhao a hard slap. He then ordered the yamen runners in the court, "Guards, seize Zhao Qiuhu for me." Ah! The bailiffs were all stunned. They thought that county magistrate, he had said something wrong. They all looked at county magistrate, he in disbelief. "What are you waiting for? Capture Zhao Zhao and Qiuhu." When county magistrate he saw that there was no movement around, he immediately raised his voice and roared, "Yes, my lord." It was only then that the yamen runners came to their senses and hurriedly went forward to grab Constable Zhao. "My lord, why did you capture me?" Constable Zhao finally recovered from his shock and shouted unwillingly. County magistrate, he ignored him and went straight to Li Zishuan. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Marquis." "Marquis?" Constable Zhao widened his eyes in horror and said in disbelief, You are the Marquis of Yong, and?" Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said meaningfully, "County magistrate, before this Marquis came, I thought that everyone in Lantian County could live and work in peace and contentment. I didn't expect that in broad daylight I would meet a prodigal son who forcefully snatched a woman. There was even a county constable who liked to cover up and curry favor with others. This is really an eye-opener for this Marquis. Tell me, is there any law in this Lantian County? Is the sky of this Lantian County black or blue?" At the end of his speech, Li Zishuan's voice suddenly became louder. The entire court was filled with his deafening roar. County magistrate, his face was deathly pale. He trembled as he bowed and said, "This Marquis has not governed properly and caused the people to suffer. Evil people and officials run amok. This Marquis is guilty. Please punish me, Marquis." Constable Zhao's face was ashen. It was obvious that he no longer had any hope. Li Zishuan shook his head and took 2 steps forward. He came to the front of the court and sat in the seat that originally belonged to county magistrate. He slammed the gavel and shouted angrily, "This Marquis originally trusted you and planned to entrust you with important tasks in the future. But this is how you repay this Marquis. The current emperor is diligent in governance and loves the people, but you do nothing and allow your subordinates to join forces with the tyrants to oppress the people and run amok. What qualifications do you have to be the parent official of tens of thousands of people?" To be honest, Li Zishuan had always had a good impression of county magistrate. In his eyes, county magistrate, he was a capable person. He could feel it from their previous interactions. But he didn't expect county magistrate, to be so inactive in governance. From the discussions of the people, it was obvious that the Fan father and son had been doing evil in Lantian County for a long time, but now they were still at large and had not received any punishment. Such a mediocre official, no matter how capable he was, Li Zishuan wouldn't appoint him. This was because he knew better than anyone that his foundation was the tens of thousands of people of Lantian County, not some official. This Marquis is guilty. This Marquis is ashamed to face Marquis, ashamed to face the Emperor, ashamed to face the tens of thousands of people of Lantian County. County magistrate, he cupped his hands sorrowfully. "Marquis, county magistrate, he is a good official. Please don't blame him. Last year, county magistrate, he donated several months of his salary to the charity. That's right. Marquis, not only did county magistrate, he not impose additional taxes, he even built schools for the county and let our children go to school for free. That's right. Marquis, county magistrate, he is a good official. Please don't blame him." Just as Li Zishuan was about to condemn county magistrate, the group of people who came with him suddenly shouted out. Li Zishuan's heart was suddenly at a loss. Things didn't seem to be exactly as he thought. "Marquis, ever since county magistrate he took office, he has always been considerate of the people. Although he has made mistakes, in some matters. He is definitely a good official. I beg Marquis to judge clearly. Yu Dehang shouted from outside the government office. Li Zishuan believed 70 to 80% in his heart. He thought that there might be more to the Fan father and son's matter. So he looked at County Magistrate and said, "Seeing that you have done good for the people, I will forgive you this time. If there is a next time, you will be punished." County Magistrate, he bowed and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Marquis. I am ashamed." Li Zishuan then ordered the bailiffs in the hall. Fan Jianxiang instigated the servants and induced the people to participate in gambling. Today, he wanted to kidnap a woman. Men lock him in the prison and choose a day to interrogate him. Yes, Marquis, the bailiffs had previously stood on the wrong side, on the street. Now that they had a rare opportunity to perform, they all hurriedly responded loudly. "The rest of you, quickly disperse." Li Zishuan waved his hand to the people outside the government office and then said to County Magistrate he, "Follow me to the back of the government office." County Magistrate, he cupped his hands and said, "Yes." After that, the two of them went to the back of the government office one after the other. Chapter 1233. Speak. What is the background of the Fan father and son? Why are you being so timid? In the back office, Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and asked in a low voice. As smart as he was, how could he not see the anger and hesitation in County Magistrate his eyes when he looked at Fan Jianxiang? It was because of this that he asked this question. County Magistrate, his face froze for a moment before he smiled bitterly. "Marquis, this Fan family started their business 4 years ago. In Lantian County, it can be said that they have deep roots. Their family owns thousands of acres of land, and they have dozens of shops in the city. They are involved in silk, clothing, jade, restaurants, gambling houses, and other businesses. They have thousands of tenants and hundreds of servants. They can be said to be the most powerful family in Lantian County. Not to mention other things, the Fan family pays thousands of strings of coins and taxes every year. It is because of this that I usually turn a blind eye to Fan Jianxiang, as long as he doesn't do things that are too out of line. When I took up my post in Lantian County last year, I also wanted to take down the Fan father and son, who are full of evil. However, if the government took action against the Fan family, Lantian County would collect thousands of strings of coins, less in taxes every year. In order to complete the Ministry of Appointments and Ministry of Revenues assessment, I could only impose this tax on the people. I didn't want to do it, so I could only hold back my desire to deal with the Fan father and son. I wanted to wait until the people of Lantian County were better off and all the children were in school before I took action against them. I didn't expect Fan Jianxiang to be so daring as to offend Marquis. I am guilty of covering up for a tyrant. County Magistrate, he bowed deeply to Li Zishuan and did not get up. His face was full of guilt. "Get up." Li Zishuan was silent for a moment and said, "Since there is a reason for this, and you are wholeheartedly concerned about the people, how can I blame you? Although it is pardonable, I don't agree with your way of doing things. Lantian County's conditions are not good and taxes are hard to collect, but indulging a tyrant is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It hurts the people's hearts. No matter what, I don't want you to do such things in the future." County Magistrate, he cupped his hands and said with a gloomy face, "Marquis is right. I was foolish. It was never too late to mend the pen after the sheep had been lost. From now on, all you have to do is to protect the people and live up to your title as the county magistrate. As for the tax revenue of Lantian County, you don't have to worry about it. With this Marquis around, the county's treasury will definitely have more than enough every year, and the people will gradually become richer." The government is still the government, relying on the tyrants in the city to maintain the government's operations. Can such a government be called a government? Might as well call them the lackeys of the rich. Immediately send someone to investigate the illegal activities of the fan father and son over the years. After the investigation is done, hold a public trial. At that time, all the people in the county are allowed to watch. In the past, Lantian County still needed to complete the tax tasks given by the imperial court, but now there was no need at all. This was because Lantian County had now become Li Zishuan's private territory. The land, official appointments, and financial authority were all under Li Zishuan's control. The taxes that were previously handed over to the imperial court would now be handed over to Li Zishuan. To a certain extent, the current Li Zishuan was no different from the feudal lords of the previous dynasties, just that the land was a little smaller. With Li Zishuan's support, magistrate he's back straightened, and his previous misgivings were no longer present. He excitedly saluted and replied, "Yes, Marquis, this official will have someone investigate the Fan family thoroughly." Sir, not good, not good. Lord Fan has brought many of the Fan family's guards to the front office and is making a scene in the front yard. They want us to release Fan Jianqiang immediately. At this moment, a yamen runner hurriedly ran over, shouting as he ran, "Impudent!" Magistrate, his expression changed. The court was a solemn place, and Fan Tong had come to cause a scene. This was a slap to his face, especially when Li Zishuan was watching from the side. This made County Magistrate his expression turn even uglier. "Zheng Fan, quickly inform all the yamen runners on duty to gather in the front yard. Those who are not there on time will no longer have to work as a government official. Today, I will capture all of these villains who dare to cause trouble in the county office." "Yes, sir." The yamen runner saw Magistrate he's unyielding attitude and felt his blood boil. He used his loudest voice to reply, "Marquis, it's all my fault for indulging Fan Tong and his people too much. That's why they dare to act so impudently. I will do my best to make up for my past mistakes." After the yamen runner left, Magistrate he saluted Li Zishuan with a face full of shame. "Ha ha, it's great that you can correct your mistakes. I'll go with you to meet Fan Tong," Li Zishuan said with a smile. Speaking of Fan Tong felt an inexplicable urge to laugh at the mention of his name. Who was the person who named Fan Tong back then? "My son has always been a good boy. Why did you put him in prison for no reason? Where's Constable Zhao? Tell him to come out. I'd like to ask him if he has the guts to arrest people for no reason. And where's Magistrate he? In the past, the Fan family has always been the most active when the county office collects taxes. What Magistrate he did today will disappoint all the aristocrats of Lantian County." In the front yard of the county office, a fat, well-dressed middle-aged man was holding his big belly and scolding the yamen runners in the yard. It was as if he was the official and the runners were the commoners. It was clear that Magistrate he was very kind to the aristocrats of the county. "Humph, Lord Fan, your son kidnapped a commoner in broad daylight. Do you think I can't arrest him? You, on the other hand, brought people to the county office in broad daylight. What are you trying to do? Do you have any respect for the law? You have me? You have His Majesty?" While Fan Tong was in the middle of his rant, Magistrate he walked out of the courtroom. At the same time, two teams of yamen runners ran out from both sides of the courtroom and surrounded Fan Tong and his guards and servants. The atmosphere in the courtroom suddenly became tense. Fan Tong was stunned at first. Clearly, he did not expect Magistrate he to be so decisive today. Then he said angrily, "Kidnapped a commoner? Gathered at the county office. You're just trying to accuse me. The person my son arrested today was only a servant girl who escaped from the Fan family. As for me, I'm here today to seek justice for my son. How is this defying the law? Humph. What a bunch of nonsense. I've already asked around. The girl's identity is clean. When did she become a servant girl of the Fan family? Magistrate, he said coldly. Fan Tang rebuked. Impossible. That girl must be lying. My son has her indenture. Ha ha. Indenture? Fan Tang. Fan Tang, go in and ask your son if he can produce the indenture. Guards, Fan Tang has offended the county office and is defying the law. Take him to jail and interrogate him another day. Li Zishuan, who was standing behind Magistrate, he did not want to waste any more time. He walked out and gave his orders. Yes, Marquis. Chapter 1234. Marquis, you are the Marquis of Yong En? Fan Tang looked at Li Zishuan in surprise. Li Zishuan did not want to talk to him, mainly because the old man's image was too unsightly. He waved his hand and said, "Take him away." Yes. Which of the Yamen runners did not know Li Zishuan? Who would dare to disobey Li Zishuan? Just now, Constable Zhao was a living example. Therefore, as soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, the Yamen runners rushed towards Fan Tang. Marquis, I am innocent. I was just in a moment of desperation, but I did not mean to offend the Yamen. I beg you, Marquis, the Fan family has contributed a lot to Lantian County over the years. The guards of the Fan family had wanted to resist, but now that all the Yamen runners had arrived and Li Zishuan was rumored to be a powerful martial artist, they were quickly subdued by the runners. Fan Tang, on the other hand, was being dragged away by two Yamen runners, but he was still unwilling to give up and yelled at the top of his lungs. County Magistrate, you have to hurry up with collecting evidence of the Fan family's crimes. I can only give you 2 days. After 2 days, the public trial must be held as scheduled. This matter may change if we delay. Li Zishuan said solemnly to County Magistrate, after calming down the commotion in the Yamen. He was the most powerful person in Lantian County, and his words were law, but that did not mean he could do whatever he wanted. For example, although Li Er held the highest position in the Tang Empire, he still had to listen to the opinions of his officials and did things within the rules. The Fan family's case had to be tried and convicted as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the other wealthy families and gentry in the city did not know the truth and joined forces to cause trouble, then County Magistrate and Li Zishuan would be in a difficult position. I understand. This time, I will not let you down, Marquis. County Magistrate, he clasped his fist. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then said, as for the Fan family's dozens of shops, close them down if there are any problems, especially the gambling houses. They are simply harming the people. You don't have to worry about closing down so many shops. In the near future, I will use the Chamber of Commerce to do business in Lantian County. In the future, Lantian County may not be as big as Chang, but it must become the largest commercial county east of Chang. And when that time comes, taxes and whatnot will naturally not be low. Attracting investment and developing business were his main goals for coming to Lantian County today. Dealing with the Fan father and son was just a coincidence, and it was just a casual move. Hearing this, County Magistrate, he was overjoyed. After all, this was a real benefit for Lantian County. Marquis is wise. The Lantian County will finally have a good life. In addition, I plan to build a mansion in the city, as well as a dam at the Ba River in Plum Village. I will need a large number of craftsmen and laborers. When the time comes, I will prioritize hiring from Lantian County. The wages will definitely be generous. And when the time comes, I will be able to provide subsidies to many of the people. These were the two major projects that Li Zixuan was about to start. The dam was the most important, and although the mansion was secondary, it would still provide many employment opportunities for the people in the city. Marquis is benevolent and righteous. I will definitely send people to the various villages to mobilize them. County magistrate, he replied with a smile. Previously, he had been worried about the people's livelihood, businesses, and taxes. But now, Li Zixuan had solved all of them with just a few words. A huge rock in his heart had finally been lifted. The news of the Fan father and son being locked up in the county jail was spread by someone. In the evening, almost all the people in and out of the city knew about it. For a while, the people were discussing and celebrating in private. Many of the people who had been bullied by the Fan family before were running around to tell each other. Some even set off the leftover firecrackers from the new year. The entire county began to be immersed in a sea of joy. As for the rich, at this moment, they were a little uneasy, especially those who were close to the Fan family. Now, they were beginning to worry that Li Zixuan would one day be ruthless to them. However, these people now, other than secretly worrying, it seemed that there was nothing they could do unless they completely moved out of Lantian County. But these people had big families and businesses, and their roots here. How could they move out in a short period of time? Besides, Li Zixuan had not caught them yet. If they directly escaped, wouldn't that be admitting to it? The next day, Yanhuang College calendar, Monday, the students who had rested for 2 days finally returned to the college. But this time, they did not have to carry a big bag of copper coins as living expenses for a week at the college, because now they all had Tang yuan. Many students who lived in Chang and took advantage of the weekend to send people to the college with a lot of copper coins to exchange for Tang yuan. For example, Cheng Chumo now had more than 100 Tang yuan, which was enough for him to live in the college for a long time. Another example was Li Tai, who was even more ruthless. He sent people to exchange more than 1,000 Tang yuan over the weekend. Even if he could eat, it was enough for him to live in the college for a year. It was worth mentioning that Chitsu Pavilion, Zuetian Restaurant, and Chitsu Culture were all owned by Li Zixuan. Now that they could also exchange Tang yuan, it caused quite a stir in Chang. And after all, the things in Li Zixuan's shops were not cheap. How inconvenient would it be to use an ox cart to carry money every time you wanted to buy something? After seeing Tang yuan, many people secretly planned to find time to go to Yunshan to exchange a batch of Tang yuan. Hey, Wenhao, wait. What is this thing? Before class, in the classroom of Class 1, Cheng Chumo saw Meng Wenhao put a square, thick, black object on the table. He was curious and quickly asked, "Oh, Brother Chonyo, you're talking about this." Meng Wenhao's face showed a bit of shyness. He said embarrassedly, "This is a small money bag that my mother sewed for me to store Tang yuan in. My mother was afraid that the Tang yuan would be too old from folding and folding, so she sewed this money bag with a double layer." If Li Zixuan was here, he would definitely shout, "Damn, isn't this a wallet?" Although Cheng Chumo had never seen a modern wallet, Meng Wenhao's special money bag still attracted his attention. He took the money bag from Meng Wenhao's hand and looked at it carefully. "Hey, this thing looks good. I'll ask my mother to make one for me later. Wenhao, your mother is really amazing. She can even think of such a method." When Li Tai heard this, he also came over with great interest. After understanding the use of the money bag, he said excitedly, "Ha, not bad, not bad. This thing is more suitable for storing Tang yuan than the previous money bags. I'll ask someone to make a few later." In the little fatty's opinion, this money bag could not only store money, but also be used to show off. Chapter 1235. Without Li Zixuan's secret promotion, The wallet, a product of modern society, had appeared in Tang Dynasty. It was only because the wallet was more suitable for storing Tang yuan than the previous money pouches that Meng Wanhao had. It could only be said that the emergence of a new product would inevitably lead to the emergence of related products. This was inevitable in the development of society. At the same time, it was also a small butterfly effect that Li Zixuan, the butterfly, had brought to this era. Give me a portion of nibbled chicken, a portion of meatballs, and a portion of rice. Here, for you, 600 Tang horns. At noon, many students felt the convenience of using Tang yuan for the first time. Usually, when they ate in the canteen, they would have to spend a few hundred copper coins. If they used copper coins, they would have to count them one by one for a long time. Not only was it inconvenient to carry them around, they would also have to waste a lot of time counting the money when buying food. Now, after using Tang yuan, a transaction could be completed with just a few notes. The workers in the cafeteria who were responsible for getting food spent significantly less time counting money. The students who lined up to buy food also bought food at a much faster speed than before. How is it? After looking around, what are your thoughts? Li Zixuan had gathered all the other members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and brought them to the canteen for a tour. Of course, they were not looking at the canteen, but at the students using Tang yuan to buy food in the canteen. Marquis, there is no doubt that Tang yuan is more convenient than copper coins. This old man really hopes that one day all the transactions in Tang Dynasty can be replaced by Tang yuan. This way, every time this old man goes out to buy goods, he won't have to hire a large number of guards to escort a dozen carts of copper coins. It's safe and convenient. Chao Wendong stroked his beard and sighed. He had traveled extensively for so many years, so, of course, he could see the advantages of Tang yuan. Especially for a merchant like him who often needed to go out to buy goods, Tang yuan was simply a divine tool. Boss Chao is right. If the entire Tang dynasty can use Tang yuan for transactions, then doing business like us will be much more convenient than before. Feng Zhihua chimed in. Lin Wenyuan frowned and said, even so, only Yanhuang College and marquee shops can use Tang yuan. If you want everyone in the world to accept Tang yuan, I'm afraid there's still a long way to go. Li Zixuan invited them to the second floor of the cafeteria, where a table of dishes had already been prepared. After everyone sat down, he smiled and said, Boss Lin's concerns are very reasonable, but many things require a process. Whether it succeeds or not is one thing, whether it is done or not is another. This marquis can tell you with certainty that if the great Tang's commerce is to prosper, the Tang yuan must completely replace the copper coin. At that time, the first batch of people to taste the fresh food will definitely benefit the most. Chao Wendong nodded in agreement and said, what Marquis said, the few of us all understand. I'm sure Marquis already has a plan. We're all ears. Last year, he was the one who donated the most money to the Warm Tang Foundation. In the first month, he finally received the imperial edict of righteous merchant of the world from the imperial court. Now that he had received the title, he naturally wanted to profit. And if he wanted to profit, then he could only follow Li Zixuan, the god of fortune. Yes, as long as Marquis has any orders, this Feng will definitely obey. Feng, Zhihua said without hesitation, compared to Chao Wendong. He was the first to receive the title of righteous merchant of the world because of Li Zixuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the people also voiced their agreement. Li Zixuan smiled and said, all right, then this marquis will talk about the plan first. If anyone has any objections, you can raise them. First, this marquis hopes that the businesses of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce members will be able to use Tang yuan for transactions. This marquis will use all of his wealth to guarantee that the Tang yuan you receive will be able to be exchanged for copper coins at the bank at any time. In addition, Lantian County is now this marquee fief. This marquee welcomes everyone to place a portion of their businesses in Lantian County. This way, you will be closer to the Yen Huang Bank, and it will undoubtedly be more convenient for you to exchange copper coins and Tang yuan. Of course, the most important point is that if you do business in Lantian County, as long as you abide by the law, there will definitely not be any officials coming to find trouble with you. On the contrary, if you meet any troublemakers, the officials will even step in to help you deal with them. In any era, merchants could not avoid dealing with local officials. Of course, the end result of these dealings was that the merchants had to spend money to buy convenience. Therefore, a good business environment was a very, very important factor for merchants. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Qiao Wendong asked tentatively, "Marquis, are you serious? Not to mention the Tang yuan and the convenience provided by the Yen Huang Bank. Just the latter was enough to attract him to open a shop in Lantian County. In these years, he had dealt with many local officials and knew the principle that the King of Hell was easy to deal with, but the little ghosts were difficult to deal with. This was not a special characteristic of a certain place, but almost all the provinces and counties of the Great Tang had such unspoken rules. Of course, in the future, this marquis will implement a series of measures to prevent low-level officials from making things difficult for merchants. This marquis will guarantee it with my dignity," Li Zishuan said with a serious face. Qiao Wendong stood up excitedly and said, "Good. This Qiao firmly believes that marquis will definitely do it. Since this is the case, this Qiao will first transfer half of the Qiao family's business to Lantian County. In addition, this Qiao is willing to invest 80,000 strings of coins into Marquis Bank as a deposit. I wonder if Marquis is willing to do it." Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Since Boss Qiao is so generous, this marquis naturally has no reason to refuse. However, there is one thing I need to make clear to Boss Qiao. Since this is a deposit, this sum of money cannot be withdrawn for at least 3 years. Of course, as a corresponding reward, this marquis will give a certain percentage of the bank shares. So, if you are interested in investing in the Yen Huang Bank, please weigh the pros and cons. Qiao Wendong was not surprised by this. He nodded without thinking and said, "Marquis, this Qiao has thought about it. I will take out 80,000 strings of coins to invest in the Yen Huang Bank." "Marquis, this Feng is also willing to take out 80,000 strings of coins to invest in the bank. This Lin is willing to take out 50,000 strings of coins. This Liao." In the end, during this banquet, Li Zishuan pulled in a lot of business for Lantian County. He also pulled in as much as 380,000 strings of coins for the Yen Huang Bank as an initial investment, together with his own 100,000 strings of coins. The Yen Huang Bank's deposit had reached an astonishing 480,000 strings of coins. This reputation was definitely unparalleled in the entire Tang Dynasty. Later on, it was recorded in the history books that in the second month of the second year of the Jingguan era, Marquis Yong and led 6 wealthy merchants in the capital to raise 500,000 strings of coins as a deposit for the Yen Huang Bank. From then on, the name of Tang Yuan began to spread throughout the world. Chapter 1236. AI, have you heard? Old Master Fan has been thrown into jail by the county magistrate. This. Why? Sure. Lower your voice. I heard that it was the Marquis of Yong and who ordered the county magistrate to do so. Marquis of Yong, and why would he want to capture old Master Fan? What else could it be for? For money, of course. Who is the richest in our Lantian County? Of course, it's old Master Fan. It's said that the Marquis of Yong and plans to build a manor in Lantian County, but how can the money collected by the county magistrate be enough? Furthermore, he doesn't want to fork out the money himself, so he can only ask the merchants in the city for money. AI, who asked us businessmen to be the easiest to bully. What? The Marquis of Yong, and can't be this kind of person, right? What's so impossible about that? Everyone loves money. Do you think it's possible that Yong and doesn't like money? If you ask me, the Marquis of Yong and might find trouble with the other merchants in the city. When that happens, our business in Lantian County will really be difficult. In a restaurant in the county seat of Lantian County, a few well-dressed people were sitting around a table, eating and discussing in low voices. The content of their discussion was the huge matter that happened in the city yesterday. What should we do? This Zhang just opened a restaurant in the city last year. What should we do? What can we do? It's said that since ancient times, commoners do not fight with officials. We are just commoners. How can we be a match for the Marquis of Yong? And if he wants to find trouble with us, we can either obediently hand over the money and settle the matter, or be like old Master Fan, with our whole family thrown into jail. No, I don't believe that no one will care about the Marquis of Yong and's outrageous acts. Tomorrow I will go to Chang and city's capital office to complain. Tisk, Brother Zhang, I think you should save it. Why would the magistrate offend the Marquis of Yong? And for you, when the time comes and the Marquis of Yong and finds out, he will destroy your family. Impudent, what are your intentions? How dare you slander Marquis? Today, Yu Dehang came to the county town to buy some things. At noon, he was hungry, so he went to this restaurant to order some cheap food to fill his stomach. Coincidentally, he met this group of businessmen who were secretly gossiping about Li Zishuan. After hearing the details, how could he tolerate it? He slammed the table and scolded them angrily. Who dares to slander Marquis? When the surrounding diners heard this, they hurriedly stood up and ferociously searched for the people mentioned by Yu Dehang. The few merchants who had been whispering about Li Zishuan earlier turned pale. They looked at each other and immediately slipped away, not daring to stay here any longer. We can't go on like this. I hope Marquis can solve the problem of the Fan family as soon as possible. Yu Dehang looked at the backs of those people and muttered to himself, Yamacho. In the afternoon, in the Yamacho office of Yanhuang College, Zhang Sun Chong pushed the door open and entered after getting permission. Li Zishuan smiled and asked, Little Chong, are you looking for me? Zhang Sun Chong nodded and said, Yes, Yamacho, my father wants me to help him pass a message to you. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said, Your father? Oh, Little Chong, sit down first. Zhang Sun Chong sat opposite Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, my father wants me to ask you, is your Yanhuang Bank still short of money? Li Zishuan was startled, then looked at Zhang Sun Chong and smiled. Little Chong, why does your father ask if the bank is short of money? Under Li Zishuan's gaze, which seemed to be able to read people's minds, Zhang Sun Chong suddenly felt uneasy. He scratched his head and shrugged as if he had given up. Ahem, Yamacho, actually, my father wants to help you increase the deposit of the bank to make Tang Yuan more trustworthy. Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said, Your father still wants the shares of the Yanhuang Bank, right? Zhang Sun Chong didn't hide it and nodded. It's like this. My father can take out 100,000 strings of cash as a deposit. Also, my father said that if Yamacho agrees to let my family invest in the Yanhuang Bank, he can let the Zhangsun family mine the iron mine. As long as Yamacho can give half of the iron produced from the iron mine to the Zhangsun family, it will be fine. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't show it on his face, He was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Zhang Sun Wuji to be willing to use such a large sum to invest in the Yanhuang Bank. Of course, this also showed that this old man had good eyesight and saw the huge potential of the bank. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to spend such a large amount of money. Ha ha, Xiao Chong, since you don't want to hide it from me, I won't hide it from you either. In fact, the Yanhuang Bank doesn't lack money at all. Just yesterday, the deposit of the bank reached 480,000 strings of cash. With such a large deposit, the Yanhuang Bank can even establish itself in the entire Chang, an area. 480,000 strings of cash. Zhang Sun Chang's eyes widened and couldn't help but exclaim. With such a huge amount of wealth, the Zhang Sun family wouldn't be able to gather so much money even if they sold everything they had. Gulp. Yamacho, then I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll go back this weekend and tell my father the truth. Sorry to disturb you. Facing such a nouveau riche, Li Zixuan, Zhang Sunchong could only say, sorry to disturb you. When Li Zixuan heard these 3 words, he couldn't help but recall the joke from his previous life and almost laughed out loud. He quickly said, wait, Xiao Chong, don't leave yet. Zhang Sun Chong, who had already stood up and was about to leave, paused and asked curiously, Yamacho, is there anything else? Yes, although the bank doesn't lack money recently, since Zhao Guogong has asked, I have to give some face no matter what. 2 days ago, he had heard from Qin Xiong that someone in the imperial court had accused him of privately minting money. Fortunately, Zhang Sun Wuji had supported him. This was more or less a favor. Now that Zhang Sun Wuji was so sincere in wanting to invest in the Yanhuang Bank, Li Zixuan couldn't be so unreasonable and offend someone for no reason. At this moment, he thought for a while, looked at Zhang Sun Chong, and said, how about this, Xiao Chong? Go back tonight and tell your father that with the conditions he offered in exchange for 5% of the bank's shares. It's not that I'm not willing to give more, but more people will invest in the Yanhuang Bank in the future. In addition, you have to explain to your father that if there are any copper coins used as deposit in the Yanhuang Bank, they are not allowed to be taken out for at least 3 years. 5% within 3 years. Zhang Sun Chong frowned worriedly. This was because he subconsciously felt that Li Zixuan's shares were too little. After all, the Zhang Sun family had paid 100,000 strings of copper coins and half of an iron mine as a price. However, although he thought this in his heart, Zhang Sun Chong still cupped his hands and replied, yes, Yamacho. Then I'll go back tonight and tell my father. As for whether his father agreed to this deal or not, it was not up to him to worry. Yes, you can take a class leave in the afternoon, so that it won't be safe if you go back late, Li Zixuan suggested thoughtfully. Thank you, Yamacho. Chapter 1237. Marquis, these are the crimes committed by the Fan family's father and son over the years. There are a total of 23 crimes, each of which has witnesses and material evidence. When it was close to evening, County Magistrate, he rode a horse and rushed to Cloud Mountain. He handed Li Zixuan a dossier. Hearing this, Li Zixuan flipped open the file. In the 4th year of Wuda, Fan Tong hoarded a large amount of grain and worked with 8 grain merchants to raise the price of grain in the counties around the capital. Although the government suppressed the price, the Fan family still made millions. At that time, Lantian County's magistrate, Sha Hanyang, only caught some of the grain merchants who raised the price. Fan Tong made a fortune because of this and survived. In the 5th year of Wuda, the Fan family colluded with Lantian County's magistrate and took over the shops and restaurants in the city. They opened their own shops, restaurants, and gambling houses, tempting the people to gamble. In the end, many people sold their land to pay off their gambling debts. In December of the 5th year of Wuda, because Bailang of Baixing village couldn't afford to pay the rent, Fan Tong saw that Bai Lang's daughter was very beautiful, so he brought along a slave and forced Bai Lang to sell his daughter by Xiao Dai to him. Bai Lang didn't agree, so Fan Tong ordered people to capture him and forcibly put his fingerprint on the slave contract. In order to please Magistrate Xia, Fan Tong offered Bai Xiao Dai to him. Bai Xiao Dai could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide the following year. In the 7th month of the 6th year of Wuda, Bai Lang and the villagers of Baixing village exposed Bai Xiao Dai's case. However, they were forcefully suppressed by County Magistrate Xia. Afterwards, Fan Tong hired a group of Jianghu people to rob the people's village. Bai Lang and the villagers who exposed Fan Tong were all killed. In the 9th month of the 6th year of Wuda, County Magistrate Xia was worried that the imperial court would investigate the case of Bai Xiao Dai, so he resigned from the Ministry of Personnel in advance and returned to his hometown. The county deputy of Lantian County also resigned and retired. In the 7th year of Wuda, a new magistrate took office. Fan Tong began to restrain himself. However, he still used his wealth to oppress the villagers and took over thousands of mu of land. According to the investigation, there were 12 villagers who sold their children because they could not pay the rent. In the first year of Zhengguan, the Fan family's gambling houses expanded to 4. Many people became addicted to gambling and lost their family fortune. At the same time, in order to suppress the foreign businessmen, the Fan family hired local ruffians to cause trouble, poisoning, extortion, and many other methods. As a result, the Fan family's restaurants and shops were the biggest in Lantian County. In addition, Fan Jianxiang has been relying on the power of the Fan family to run amok in the village, oppressing the villagers and forcefully taking the daughters of 8 villagers as his concubines. But today, only 4 women are still alive. The Fan family lied that the other 4 women died of illness, but according to the servants of the Fan family, the 4 women committed suicide because they could not bear the humiliation of the Fan family's father and son. Bang! It was a long scroll with over 100 lines of words, but every word seemed to have been soaked in blood. Although the primitive accumulation of capital was generally evil, the sins that the Fan family had committed over the years were too numerous to be recorded. After Li Zishuan finished reading, he could not help but angrily slap the table and say, "In a small Lantian county, there are actually such evil tyrants running amok. The Fan family's crimes are no less than the Chui family's last year. If I don't bring the Fan family's father and son to justice, I am the Lord of Lantian County." County Magistrate, his face was full of shame. Some things, if you don't investigate deeply, you will never know the depth of the evil behind it. At first, County Magistrate, he did not take the Fan family's matter too seriously. He thought that although the Fan family's father and son were little scoundrels, they contributed a lot to Lantian County's revenue every year. Their merits offset their faults, so he turned a blind eye. But after collecting all the evil deeds that the Fan family had done over the years, it was a little shocking. It was because of this that he felt deeply ashamed of his inaction over the past year. Marquis, according to what I know, there have been a lot of rumors in the county these 2 days about the Fan family's father and son. The merchants are secretly worried that you will do something to them. County Magistrate, he was silent for a moment and said carefully, "Gossips? Humph, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Those who spread the rumors are most likely not clean." After dealing with the Fan family's father and son, County Magistrate, he investigate them one by one. If there is a problem with one family, arrest them. If there is a problem with 2 families, arrest a pair. If there is a problem with all the merchants in the county, arrest them all. These people are the scum of the merchants. The reputation of the merchants is ruined by them. Since ancient times, the social hierarchy of the scholars, agriculture, industry, and commerce was not only because of the social background, but also because some merchants were unscrupulous for profit. The upper class did not have a good impression of the merchants, and it was not without reason. Li Zishuan came from the modern era, so he did not discriminate against merchants. On the contrary, he admired merchants like Father Ma, who had a sense of responsibility. But for scum like Fan Tong, he must be resolute in eliminating him. County magistrate, he was shocked, and said, "Marquis, this must not be done." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said resolutely, "Why not? Even if all the merchants in Lantian County are gone, I have a way to recruit another batch of merchants. Business will be the main brand of Lantian County in the future. If we want to have a good reputation and a good image, we must get rid of all these scum." Li Zishuan's plan for Lantian County was to make it into a city of commerce, and integrity was the foundation of commerce. All right, since Marquis already has a plan, I will not say more. County magistrate, he was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head. "The day after tomorrow, at 6:45 in the morning, we will hold a public trial of the Fan family's father and son. The county magistrate will be prepared, prepare witnesses and evidence. This time, I will completely destroy the Fan family." Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, and then said coldly, "County magistrate," he saluted, and said, "This official obeys." After county magistrate, he left. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, and then went out to the new workshop. When he arrived at the workshop, he went straight to Ma Zhou's office and handed him a file. "Mr. Ma, it seems that your editorial department will have to work overtime tonight." Li Zishuan said, half jokingly. Ma Zhou smiled and opened the file suspiciously. His smile suddenly froze on his face. "Marquis, you want me to publish the contents of this in tomorrow's Tang Daily?" After 15 minutes, Ma Zhou put down the file and asked with an ugly expression. Li Zishuan nodded and said coldly, "Yes, that's right. The contents of this file must appear in tomorrow's newspaper, because the day after tomorrow the show will begin." Ma Zhou immediately understood, and he replied, "Marquis, don't worry. There will be no problems with the editorial department." He had always hated evil. If he could get rid of evil for the people, he would be willing to do it personally, let alone working overtime. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Ma." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and took his leave. Chapter 1238. 5% of the shares. Night. Chongren Lane, Zhangsun residence. Zhangsun Chong repeated the words that Li Zishuan said during the day. Zhangsun Wuji listened and couldn't help but frown. Now that the Tang Dynasty was promoting new mathematics, Zhangsun Wuji knew a thing or two about it. He knew about the concept of 5%. Zhangsun Chong nodded. "Yes, father. Yamacho said that there will be many people investing in the Yanhuang Bank in the future. He can only give us this much. I heard that Chang and City's Chao Wendong invested 80,000 strings of cash and only got 2% of the shares. 80,000 strings of cash, 2%. When Zhangsun Wuji heard this, he gasped and said in surprise, "According to this calculation, that Li Zishuan is planning to expand this bank to the scale of over 1,000,000 strings of coins. This old man's guess wasn't wrong back then. This kid is indeed scheming big." Gulp. Zhangsun Chong swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, "Father, over 1,000,000 strings of cash. Where did Yamacho get so much money?" Zhangsun Wuji looked in the direction of the palace leisurely and said, "Your mountainhead is right. There will be more and more people who want to invest in the Yanhuang Bank. Let's see if he can convince the higher-ups with his glib tongue." How could he not see that if the Yanhuang Bank wanted to establish itself in the Tang Dynasty, it needed Li Er's approval and the royal family's participation? At that time, there would be too many monks and too little porridge. Now that Li Zixuan was willing to give him 5% of the shares, it was really a preferential treatment. The next day morning, the Tang Daily's headlines lit up the entire Chang and city. Lantian Tycoon is heartless. His sins are too numerous to be recorded. By Xiaodai, I seem to have heard of this name before. Isn't this the massacre of White Star Village 5 years ago? That girl. Tisk. So the culprit is the Fan father and son. Damn it. The Fan family deserves to die. They must die. Marquis is mighty. Otherwise the Fan father and son would still be at large. There's nothing to say. Tomorrow, I must go to the Lantian County Yamen and personally witness the execution of the Fan father and son. This father and son from the Fan clan are even more despicable than the Chui clan. No matter what, this old man must go to the Lantian County's Yamen tomorrow to take a look. Let's go together. The Confucian scholars, merchants, and common people in Chang and city were all filled with righteous indignation and clamored to go to Lantian County the next day. At the same time, Lantian County was also blown up by the news on Tang Daily. So, the Fan family has done so many bad things over the years. The father and son of the Fan family deserve to die. Poor father and daughter of the Bai family. Who would have thought that the bandits from White Star Village 5 years ago were hired by Fan Tong? God damn it! Devoid of conscience. If this kind of person doesn't die, the heavens must be blind. It's all thanks to the Marquis of Yong, and otherwise, who would dare to capture the Fan family's father and son. Marquis Yong and Rennie, tomorrow I will go to the county Yamen to testify. When White Star Village was looted, this old man was there. I'll go too. I want to see the Fan family's father and son sentenced. The crimes listed in Tang Daily were so shocking that those who read the newspaper were filled with righteous indignation. As for the Lantian County merchants who had complained about Li Zixuan's capture of the Fan family's father and son, they did not even dare to fart now. Tang Daily had been established for almost a year, and the news it reported had never been false. Since it dared to put the Fan family's father and son's case on the top of the news, it meant that the contents were all conclusive evidence. In the face of such evidence, how would these merchants dare to continue to be in the same camp as the Fan family? Their top priority was to draw a clear line between them and the Fan family. In Taiji Palace, the morning court was halfway through. A chamberlain from the Yellow Door suddenly rushed into the imperial court with a booklet in his hand. Zhao Song knew that something urgent had happened. He quickly took the booklet and passed it to Li Er. After Li Er finished reading it, he frowned. He patted the dragon desk and ordered in a deep voice, "I Qingdai, go to the Lantian County Yamen tomorrow morning. There's a big case there that needs your attention." The Dali Temple's vice-chancellor, Dai Ai, was dumbfounded. Due to time constraints, the officials who attended the morning court usually did not see the latest issue of Tang Daily before the morning court, so it was understandable that he did not understand what Li Er was saying. "Your Majesty, may I know what's the big case in Lantian County?" Dai Ai took a step forward and cupped his hands. Li Er did not want to say too much to prevent it from affecting his mood. He waved his hand and said, "You will know after the court. I Qingdai will represent the Dali Temple to preside over the public trial in Lantian County tomorrow. You must give me a clear explanation." This was the first time Dai Ai had received such a strange task. How could he preside over a case that he had not even heard of? However, it was obvious that Li Er did not want to say too much, so he could not take the initiative to ask. He could only helplessly cup his hands and reply, "Your subject obeys the decree." He thought to himself. After the morning court, he had to send someone to Lantian County to investigate the big case there. However, that was now the fief of the Marquis of Yong. And He had not heard of any big movements from the Marquis of Yong, and recently, Hiya! Hiya! At 8:45 in the morning, Dai Ai left the palace after the morning court session. His coachman brought him a newspaper. After reading the headlines, Dai Ai instantly understood what case Li Er wanted him to investigate, especially the massacre of the White Star Village 5 years ago. It made his expression change. At this moment, he did not even bother to return home. He immediately got on his horse and rushed to Yun Mountain. Yo, isn't this Dai Xiaoqing? What brings you here? Dai Ai finally arrived at Yunshan when it was close to noon. Li Zishuan, who was eating in the courtyard, could not help but laugh when he saw Dai Ai, who was panting and with disheveled hair. Ah, my Marquis, you still have the time to joke around at a time like this. Hurry up and tell me about the Fan family case in detail. Dai Ai smiled bitterly as he walked into the front hall. What do you mean? Just now, His Majesty asked me to preside over the Fan family case in court. That is why I rushed over in a hurry to understand the situation in advance. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment after hearing Dai Ai's answer. He then said, since His Majesty asked Dai Xiaoqing to preside over the case, then I have no objections. However, eating is the most important thing in this world. Dai Xiaoqing must have not eaten since you came in such a hurry, right? Come, sit down and eat first. We can discuss proper matters after you eat. Chapter 1239. Begin the trial. Wei Wu. The sound of Wei Wu and Wei Wu from a gavel had shocked countless evil spirits throughout the ages. The next morning, at 6:45 in the morning, Lantian County's Yamen was already surrounded by layers upon layers of commoners. Following Dai Ai's slam of the gavel, the highly anticipated public trial finally began. The fact that the Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court was personally presiding over the trial made the people feel the importance the court placed on the case. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Bring the criminals Fan Tang and Fan Jianxiang to court. In the court, as the main judge, Dai Ai naturally sat at the head of the table, followed by County Magistrate Li Zishuan, as an observer, sat at the side and became a spectator. Dai Ai slammed the gavel down again and shouted, Bring the criminals Fan Tong and Fan Jianxiang to court. Someone spread the word far and wide. A moment later, Fan Tong and Fan Jianxiang were escorted into the courtroom by 4 Yamen runners. Compared to a few days ago, the Fan father and son were no longer as spirited and arrogant as before. Fan Tong's heart sank when he saw Dai Ai sitting at the head of the table, wearing a dark red official robe, representing a 4th-rank official. If the presiding judge was a 4th-rank official, it meant that the court had begun to interfere with his case. As for the things he had done in the past, how could they withstand an investigation? Are you Fan Tong and Fan Jianxiang? Dai Ai's eyes flashed as he shouted. As the head of the Supreme Court's prison, Dai Ai's aura was incomparable to that of an ordinary county magistrate. His shout sent the Fan father and son into a panic. Yes, sir. I am Fan Tong. Yes, I am Fan Jianxiang. Fan Tong was relatively calm, but Fan Jianxiang was so frightened by Dai Ai's aura that he almost wet his pants. He even stuttered a little. Good. Fan Tong, let me ask you, during the 4th year of Wuda, did you and 8 grain merchants hoard grain to drive up the price of grain? Dai Xian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Fan Tong's eyes flashed. He stepped forward and replied, Sir, I've always been honest in my business dealings. I've never done anything as evil as hoarding. Humph. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Men, summon the witness. Hu Jinhua? Dai Ai sneered and ordered. Here, a Yamen runner went to bring the witness. When Fan Tong heard the name, Hu Jinhua, his expression changed. A moment later, a Yamen runner brought an old man in plain clothes. Dai Ai asked, "Is the person in the hall Hu Jinhua?" The plain-clothed old man cupped his hands and said, replying to Shangguan, "I am Hu Jinhua." "Hu Jinhua, let me ask you, 6 years ago, did you collude with Fan Tong and other grain merchants to drive up the price of grain around the capital?" Hu Jinhua said with a pained look, replying, "Your Excellency, it's true. Back then, Lord Fan found me and the others and said that he was taking advantage of the drought and the war between the Great Tang and the Turkic Khaganate to stockpile provisions and make huge profits. At that time, the price of provisions around the capital rose from 3 copper coins per bushel to 10 copper coins per bushel. Not long after, the imperial court became aware of this. His Majesty ordered the government to suppress the price of provisions and issued a decree ordering Lantian County Magistrate to investigate the merchants who drove up the price of provisions. At that time, I and a few others were arrested, stripped of our property, and punished with flogging. Only Fan Tong was spared because of County Magistrate Shah's power. After we were released, we immediately changed our names and never dared to do business again." "Nonsense! You're lying. I don't know you." Fan Tong was furious. His eyes were red, and he wanted to skin Hu Jinhua alive. "Humph! This, who also has the account book of Master Fan's purchase of grain with us. At that time, Master Fan didn't have enough money, so he borrowed some money from this Hu. The account book and the IOU are all here. Whether this Hu is speaking nonsense or not, Sir will know with a glance." Hu Jinhua sneered and took out 2 items from his sleeves. "Bring them up," Dai Ai said hurriedly. The Yamen runner took the evidence from Hu Jinhua and handed it to Dai Ai with a bow. Dai Ai flipped it open and said angrily, "Humph, Fan Tong, how dare you lie to me in court? Now that we have witnesses and evidence, what else do you have to say? Men, take him away and give him 20 strokes of the cane." "Yes, Your Excellency." The 2 Yamen runners charged at Fan Tong like hungry wolves. Fan Tong was scared out of his wits. He had lived like a prince for so long. How could he withstand 20 strokes of the cane? If he continued, he would probably lose half his life. "Your Excellency, I plead guilty. I know I was wrong. Please have mercy on me, Your Excellency," Dai Ai said coldly. "Take him away and flog him." For some people, flogging was no different from a killing blow. They would not tell the truth until they were flogged. Bang! Ouch! "Your Excellency, please spare my life." The Yamen was filled with Fan Tong's pleas and the sound of flogging. The people outside the court were enjoying themselves. A quarter of an hour later, Fan Tong was brought back to the court like a dead dog. Dai Ai did not give him a chance to breathe. "Fan Tong, today, this official is going to interrogate you about your crimes. There are witnesses and evidence. If you still dare to lie, don't blame this official for being impolite." Fan Tong's face was pale. Facing such a cruel and merciless court official put him under great pressure. His voice trembled when he heard Dai Ai's words. "I won't do it again. I won't do it again." Dai Ai nodded. "Then let me ask you again. In the 5th year of Wuda, you colluded with County Magistrate Shah to embezzle other people's land and shops. Is that true?" "It's true. I plead guilty." "Then let me ask you again. I plead guilty." The rest of the trial went smoothly. Fan Tong confessed to 4 crimes in a row. Dai Ai was getting thirsty. He pursed his lips, his eyes focused, and said in a low voice, "In the 6th year of Wuda, White Star Village was attacked by bandits and suffered several massacres. Did you have anything to do with it?" Were you afraid that Bai Xiaojia's case would be exposed, so you asked the bandits to help you kill her? Fan Tong, who had admitted his guilt without hesitation, was now shocked. He quickly shook his head and denied, My lord, this case has nothing to do with me. I'm just a merchant. How could I know bandits? My lord is wise. I've been wronged. He could admit to other crimes. At most, he would be stripped of his property and be punished. However, he could not admit to this crime. If he did, he would lose his life. The people outside the court saw that Fan Tong refused to admit to his crimes. They began to curse under their breaths. Dai Ai's face darkened. He said coldly, I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you won't admit to your crimes? Fan Tong was sweating. My lord, I've been wronged. Humph. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Men, summoned by you and Fan Shurcheng. Chapter 1240. It was a sunny day in February. The warm afternoon sun made people feel hot and hungry. However, the countless people gathered outside Lantian County's government office had no intention of going home to eat, because a great show was about to unfold. When Dai Zhou said the name, Bai Yu, Fan Tong's expression didn't change. However, when he heard the name Fan Shurcheng, his expression changed to one of anger and fear. Not long after, a white-haired, skinny old man and a middle-aged scholar entered the hall. Dai Zhou slammed the gavel on the table and asked, Are you Bai Yu and Fan Shurcheng? It is Bai Yu, Fan Shurcheng. The old man and the middle-aged scholar cupped their hands and answered, one after the other. Dai Zhou frowned and said, Bai Yu, as the former village chief of White Star Village, do you still remember the robbery of the village in the 6th year of Wuda? When the old man heard that, he said with a sorrowful look, Your Excellency, how can this old man possibly not remember? They were a bunch of animals. At that time, most of the villagers were cooking in their rooms. Everyone suddenly heard the rumbling of horse hooves. When they went out to take a look, they saw more than 10 fierce-looking large men holding knives. They were riding around the village. They seemed to have come with a purpose. After killing Bai Lang and a few other families, they also stole some valuables and left the village on horseback. When the county soldiers arrived, the village was only left with blood and corpses. This old man clearly remembers that Bai Donglin's eldest child was only 1 year old, but those bastards still killed him. At the end of his speech, the old man actually started to cry with tears and snot, causing the commoners outside the hall to sigh uncontrollably. There was such a tragedy back then. How come I've never heard of it? Who dared to say it back then? If they did, they might have lost their lives. Why? Isn't it written in the newspapers? That Sha County magistrate colluded with Master Fan and deceived everyone. Who dared to say it? Do they want to die? Those bastards. They didn't even let a child go. The Fan family should die too. Yes, kill them. Kill them. Not long after, the onlookers began to shout in unison. The father and son of the Fan family turned pale, with fright. Dai Ai shouted, Silence! Waiting for the commoners to quiet down, Dai Ai looked at another person and said, Fan Shurcheng, I heard that you were the previous housekeeper of the Fan Manor and that you have something to report in court. Housekeeper! It was no wonder that Fan Tong's face was so dark when magistrate he managed to get the former housekeeper of Fan Manor to come here. Reporting to my lord, Shurcheng indeed has important information to report to my lord. Fan Shurcheng took a step forward and cupped his hands. Shurcheng's original name was Ding Shurcheng. Due to my reliable work in the Fan family, I was specially given the surname Fan by Old Master Fan and was appointed as the housekeeper of the Fan family. I was in charge of all matters inside and outside the Fan family. However, Old Master Fan was greedy and insatiable. He would do anything for money, and even lose his conscience. Shi Chung couldn't stand old Master Fan's way of doing things, and left the Fan family 2 years ago. He had wanted to expose the evil deeds of the Fan family over the years, but old Master Fan had always had a good relationship with the county government, so he gave up the idea. Now that Marquis is in charge of Lantian County, Shi Chung finally has the chance to expose the Fan family's evil deeds to the world. Nonsense! Fan Shi Chung, you ungrateful scoundrel. You betrayed me for a woman, and you still talk about righteousness and morality. Hypocrite. Shameless. Fan Tong could not help but rage. Fan Shi Chung was about to defend himself when Dai Ai, who was sitting at the head of the table, interrupted him. Shut up. I didn't ask you anything. Who gave you permission to speak? Fan Tong shrunk his neck and obediently kept his mouth shut. Dai Ai looked at Fan Shi Chung and asked, Fan Shi Chung, I want to ask you, did you know that Fan Tong colluded with the bandits to rob White Star Village? Fan Tong's face was pale. He looked at Fan Shi Chung with anger and malice. Fan Shi Chung's face was calm. Reporting to my lord, of course I knew. Old Master Fan sent me to contact the bandits. Dai Ai's eyes narrowed. Oh, tell me the details. Yes, my lord. Fan Shi Chung recalled for a moment, then began to speak. That year, Bai Xiaojia's case was exposed by the villagers of White Star Village. Although County Magistrate Sha forcefully suppressed the news, he was still very angry with Old Master Fan and blamed him more than once. Old Master Fan held a grudge and was worried that the villagers would cause trouble again. He ordered Shi Chung to bring a box of golden leaves to Taihang Mountains and asked the 4 demons of Tai Bai to attack the villagers of White Star Village. As soon as he said this, there was an uproar in the hall. Fan Tong's crime of hiring bandits to kill the villagers was almost confirmed. Nonsense! My lord, I'm innocent. This Fan Shi Chung is just holding a grudge against me and is purposely fabricating a crime. I hope my lord can understand. Fan Tong was anxious and hurriedly shouted. Shut up! This time it was Li Zixuan who spoke. He coldly shouted, then looked at Fan Shi Chung. You mentioned the 4 demons of Tai Bai. How do you know the 4 demons of Tai Bai? Fan Shi Chung respectfully replied, replying to Lord Marquis. Although the 4 ghosts of Tai Bai don't often leave the mountain, Lord Fan had asked them to do something a long time ago, and they have been in contact ever since. Li Zixuan nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. Seeing that Li Zixuan was silent, Dai Ai asked again, You have no proof. You have no proof. Do you have any evidence? I do. Fan Shi Chung took out a piece of paper. Fan Tong was about to snatch it when Li Zixuan snorted coldly. His fingers moved slightly, and a pencil was stabbed viciously into Fan Tong's knee. Arg! Fan Tong let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. Only then did the Yamen runners around them react and quickly went to take Fan Tong down. Fan Shi Chung wiped his sweat with lingering fear and said, replying to my lord when Master Fan asked Shi Chung to contact the dead Tai Bai ghost, he wrote a letter. Shi Chung only brought the message and kept the letter secretly, waiting for the day when I would expose Master Fan. Fan Tong's face was ashen, and there was no trace of life left. Beside him, Fan Jianxiang was so scared that he was in a daze. He didn't speak or move. Dai Ai ordered someone to present the evidence. After looking at it, he slammed the gavel on the table and shouted angrily, Humph! Now that we have evidence and witnesses, what else do you have to say, Fan Tong? Men, Fan Tong bullies the people, harms women, and disregards human life. He is guilty of the most heinous crimes. Throw him in jail. I will report this to His Majesty and execute him. Understood. The Yamen runners answered respectfully, and quickly dragged Fan Tang away like a dead dog. "Oh, that's great. AI is wise. Marquis is wise. This bully is finally gone from Lantian County. The villagers of White Star Village who died tragically can finally rest in peace." After AI's announcement, the people immediately cheered. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but when they looked up at the sky, they realized that the sky of Lantian County seemed to have become bluer and clearer. Chapter 1241. The public trial lasted until noon. The father and son of the Fan family were sent to prison to await Li Er's final verdict. The Tang Dynasty implemented a death penalty review system. Other than the emperor, no official could casually sentence a person to death. The death penalty review system originated from the Han Dynasty. It referred to the system of requesting the emperor to approve the execution of a death sentence. Since the Han Dynasty, the emperor began to pay attention to the cases of officials who committed capital crimes. At that time, the death penalty cases of officials with annual salaries of more than 2,000 shur were reviewed. The death penalty cases of officials with annual salaries of less than 2,000 shur did not need to be reviewed by the emperor. During the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, the death penalty review system was gradually established. The death penalty cases of local people, regardless of whether they were commoners or nobles, had to be reported to the central government for the emperor to personally approve. During the Sui dynasty, the death penalty would be decided after 3 petitions. This meant that only after 3 petitions could the emperor decide whether to give the death penalty. The Tang Dynasty followed the old system. However, according to the normal historical trend, in the 5th year of Jingguan, Li Er changed the 3 petitions before the execution to 5 petitions to avoid wrongful killings. 2 petitions the day before the execution, and 3 petitions the day before the execution. Therefore, in some TV series, local officials casually sentenced people to death and immediately executed them. This was not scientific. The ancient rulers had always been very cautious about the death penalty. This marquis has been in charge of Lantian County since the beginning of this year. Previously, due to many mundane matters, I had no time to care about the people's livelihood. Today, this marquis will use the case of the Fan father and son to make a promise to the people of Lantian County. That is, as long as this marquis is the owner of Lantian County, I will not allow evil tyrants like the Fan father and son to run amok. I will also not allow corrupt officials like the former Shah county magistrate to go unpunished. I will also not allow officials to deliberately oppress commoners and merchants for benefits. In a few days, a locked public opinion box will be built outside the county office. If you are bullied by large families or officials, you can write the truth on paper and put it into the public opinion box. Only this marquis has the key to the public opinion box. This marquis will regularly check the letters inside. As for the problems that the villagers have, this marquis will definitely send people to thoroughly investigate. Of course, if anyone deliberately reports false information, and this marquis finds out, they will be severely punished. The public opinion box is a tool for the people of Lantian County to redress grievances. I hope you can cherish it and use it properly. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Dai Ai County Magistrate, he, as well as the people and merchants outside the court, all widened their eyes and looked at him in disbelief. It wasn't that they were making a fuss over nothing, but Li Zishuan's move could definitely be described as unprecedented and even shocking. Since ancient times, there had never been an official who was willing to use this kind of method to give the people the right to redress their grievances. Li Zishuan was really the only one. Marquis is wise. Marquis is mighty. Marquis is wise. Marquis is mighty. After the citizens recovered from their shock, they shouted in unison. their faces filled with excitement. "Ha ha, county magistrate, looks like it won't be easy for you to be the county magistrate of Lontian County in the future." Dai Ai stood up and said half-jokingly to county magistrate, In fact, the reason why today's public hearing went so smoothly was inseparable from county magistrate He's ample preparation, especially Fan Shi-chung, who was an extremely important witness. County magistrate, he had found him and directly sent Fan Shi-chung to the 18th level of hell. Because of this, Dai Ai admired county magistrate He's investigative abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so free as to chat with county magistrate. What are you saying, Dai Ai Xiaoqing? Marquis's move has saved the county magistrate a lot of effort in investigating the case. I'm afraid it'll be easier for me to be the county magistrate. County magistrate, he chuckled. Dai Ai narrowed his eyes and whispered meaningfully, County magistrate, he is quite open-minded, but I don't know if county magistrate he is interested in investigating the case at the Supreme Court. Perhaps I can make some arrangements for you. This fellow had the intention of cherishing talent. If it was someone else, he definitely wouldn't have done this. How sharp was Li Zixuan's hearing? Although Dai Ai deliberately lowered his voice, he still heard it. He glared at the two and interrupted their conversation. What is the meaning of this, Dai Ai Xiaoqing? You actually want to poach my people in front of me? Isn't that too unreasonable? Do you think I can't give you the same conditions as the Supreme Court? Dai Ai loved talent, so how could Li Zixuan not love talent? Logically speaking, what he lacked the most now was talent. After experiencing so many things, county magistrate his ability was beyond doubt. Li Zixuan planned to put county magistrate he in an important position after this matter was over. He didn't expect Dai Ai to take the initiative to poach his people in his territory. This was really intolerable. Ahem, Marquis, I was just joking. With county magistrate his loyalty to you, Marquis, how could he follow me to the Supreme Court? Dai Ai knew he was in the wrong and quickly laughed dryly. It's getting late. Xiaoqing Dai must be in a hurry to report back to Chong. And, right? Then I won't keep you here for lunch. Let's meet again, another day. Li Zixuan raised his chin, trying his best to hold back his laughter. Dai Ai was stunned. If he was a modern person, he would only want to say, Is it so real? You won't even let me have lunch? Yamacho, my father agreed. He agreed to your suggestion. Yamacho. In the afternoon, Zhang Sun-chong came to Li Zixuan's office again and said, Li Zixuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Sun-wuji to agree so readily. At first, he thought he would have to waste a lot of time. Since that's the case, I'll personally visit your father and discuss the details in person. Xiaochong, you don't have to worry about these things. Studying is the most important thing. Yes, Yamacho, Zhang Sun-chong responded and left. Mo Zhong called Pang Feiji over. In the office, Li Zixuan was first happy about the Yanhuang Bank's growth. Then he shouted towards the door. Yes, Marquis. After about 15 minutes, Pang Feiji came in under Mo Zhong's lead. He bowed and said, Greetings, Marquis. Li Zixuan nodded and asked directly, Feiji, it's been so long. Have you found out the whereabouts of the other 3 Tai-bai ghosts? Ever since the Chui family fell, Li Zixuan had been secretly sending people to search for the Tai-bai ghosts. After all, there were 3 fish that escaped the net. If the 3 of them secretly took revenge, his family wouldn't be able to take it. Pang Feiji said with a guilty face, Marquis, I haven't found them yet. Chapter 1242. What's going on? There's no useful information at all. Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. Li Zixuan frowned unhappily. It had been almost 4 months since the four demons of Tai Bai had infiltrated the Right Marquis household to assassinate Wan Jingang. However, Pang Feiji hadn't even caught a single hair on them. This efficiency made him very unhappy. Seeing the dissatisfaction on Li Zixuan's face, Pang Feiji said bitterly, "Marquis, after the Chui family fell, the remaining 3 of the 4 demons of Tai Bai seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. I've interrogated the Chui family's servants, but they didn't know anything about the 4 demons of Tai Bai. This year, the Chui family's people in Chang, and were all sent back to Zhengzhou. I have no way to investigate. Moreover, the Marquis household is lacking in manpower, especially those who can fight with the 4 demons of Tai Bai. Other than you, Marquis, there's almost no one else." Li Zixuan was silent after hearing this. Although Li Er had assigned Pang Feiji's group of Marquis to Li Zixuan as his personal guards, as Li Zixuan's businesses grew larger and larger, such as the workshop and Yanhuang College, these personal guards were inevitably sent to various places. As a result, the number of personal guards that listened to Li Zixuan at all times was even fewer. Recruit people everywhere. Recruit loyal people. Recruit capable people. The Marquis household's personal guards need to be expanded to at least 100 people. Li Zixuan said to Pang Feiji after pondering for a moment. In the future, he would need more and more people by his side. It would be better to recruit a group of people first. Of course, to him, loyalty was the most important thing, and ability was the second. However, if he could recruit people with high loyalty and ability, that would be even better. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said, "Yes, Marquis." "Oh, right." While recruiting people, continue to track down the whereabouts of the 4 demons of Tai Bai and the guards in the Marquis household. You don't need to worry about my safety. You just need to take care of my family's safety. Li Zixuan felt that the 4 ghosts of Tai Bai wouldn't just vanish from the face of the earth. The 3 ghosts were probably hiding in the dark, preparing to ambush him. He had to be on guard. "Yes, Marquis." "Humph. Who would have thought that a small county could be so evil? If we don't kill, we won't be able to appease the anger of the people. If we don't kill, we won't be able to uphold the law." Li Er was also very concerned about the public trial in Lantian County. He was mainly worried that Li Zixuan would use the same method to destroy the Chui family to deal with the Fan family. The power of public opinion was too great, and he had to be careful. During the morning assembly the next day, he called Dai Ai out and asked her about the details of yesterday's public trial. In the end, he was furious and said coldly, "Your Majesty, the county magistrate of Lantian County inadvertently solved an unsolved case from the Wuda era. That year, in Baixing village, a few families suffered misfortune. Not long after, the county magistrate of Lantian County resigned due to old age, and the case became an unsolved case. The county magistrate, who came later, couldn't investigate it. I didn't expect the truth to be like this." Lu Dui, the Minister of Justice, stepped forward and cupped his hands. Li Er smiled and nodded. In this public trial, the county magistrate of Lantian County, He Lin Feng, painstakingly collected a large number of witnesses and evidence. The Fan father and son were unable to refute and coincidentally solve the case. I have decided to bestow upon him the rank 6 Minister of Deliberation, 100 bolts of silk, and 30,000 yuan. Minister of Deliberation was a rank 6 civil position. It was just a title and didn't have any real power. However, compared to the rank 7 county magistrate, it was still a big promotion. Daizhou smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise." The other ministers also said, "Your Majesty is wise." Li Er thought for a while and said, "The Fan father and son have committed many evil deeds and killed many people." 3 days later, they will be paraded through the streets and beheaded in public at noon. This was equivalent to giving the Fan father and son a death sentence. Dai Zhou and Lu Dui stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty obeys." In addition, order the Supreme Court to capture the 4 ghosts of Tai Bai with all their might. Capture these bandits at all costs. It wasn't only Li Zishuan who wanted to eliminate the 4 demons of Tai Bai. Li Er also wanted to do so. After all, the 4 of them had once robbed and slaughtered villages near Chang, and it was fine if they didn't find out in the past. But now that they found out, if Li Er didn't capture them, where would he put his face? Lu Dui's face was solemn as he bowed and said, "Your Majesty obeys. I will do my best to apprehend the bandits." The news of the Fan father and son being punished by Li Er and being paraded through the streets 3 days later quickly spread to Lantian County. When the people heard it, they rushed to spread the news and rejoiced. As for the merchants, they were divided into 2 factions. One faction was the law-abiding faction. They had been suppressed by the Fan family and their superiors in Lantian County all these years, so their business wasn't going well. Now that Li Zishuan had banned the officials from eating, taking, and demanding from the merchants, and had even created a public opinion box, these law-abiding and honest merchants finally saw a glimmer of hope. The other faction was the merchants who had followed the Fan family and drank the soup to make a fortune. They had more or less done some dirty things in private, so how could they withstand an investigation? Now that the political environment in Lantian County had changed, they were caught off guard. Some of the more sensitive people had already started to move their businesses to other counties. At the same time, the dozens of shops that the Fan family had occupied in Lantian County were all cleared out and auctioned off in a public auction. It could be said that the Lantian County government had gained a considerable amount of income. Of course, these shops were all bought by a few big members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce at a high price. Now, no one understood better than them the huge business opportunities in Lantian County. The shops that others thought were expensive were completely worth it in their eyes. 2 days later, in Lantian County, another 5 businessmen were arrested one after another. These people were all involved with the Fan family and had done things for the Fan family. What awaited them was a hefty fine and physical pain. Those unclean merchants of Lantian County, in an instant, all of them were in danger. Go, go, go! The Fan father and son are going to be beheaded. Go see. Go see. You won't be able to see it if you're late. Hey, wait for me. I want to go see too. On the 3rd day, the Fan father and son were to be paraded through the streets of Chang and city. Lantian County streets were empty. Early in the morning, the commoners all brought their families to Chang and city to watch the show. Of course, the younger children were not allowed to go. After all, the scene was too bloody. Chapter 1243. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Eat your fill. Don't look for us when you go to the underworld. In the Supreme Court, a prison guard opened the door of a cell with a lunchbox in his hand and spoke to the Fan father and son inside. "Ah, big brother officer, what do you mean? We're going to be beheaded?" Fan Jianxiang was dressed in a prison uniform, and his hair was disheveled. He was no longer as spirited as he used to be. "Yes. Otherwise, do you think you'll be able to eat such good food today? Hey, hurry up and eat. This drumstick is still warm." The prison guard looked at the fragrant chicken drumstick in the food box and couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he grumbled. "Ah, so soon? Even if His Majesty wants to behead us, shouldn't he wait until after autumn?" Fan Jianxiang was shocked. In ancient times, most of the criminals were executed in the autumn. Fan Jianxiang's desire to live was strong. He knew he would die sooner or later, but he was willing to live as long as he could. He was willing to pay any price other than his own life. At this time, he regretted chasing that peasant girl on the street. If he had stayed at home that day, he would not have been caught, interrogated, or sentenced to death. Uft. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too ruthless. His Majesty is furious. And you want to live until after autumn? What a joke. The prison guard looked at Fan Jianxiang mockingly and sneered. Fan Jianxiang suddenly froze. And then this guy actually cried. Official brother, I beg you to let me go. I don't want to die. Our Fan family still has a lot of money. If you let us go, all the money will be yours. The prison guard jumped far away and then said sternly, Shut up, hurry up, and eat your last meal. Don't starve to death in the underworld. Although he liked money, some money could only be obtained with a life, but not with a life to spend it. After that, he led his men away without looking back, leaving Fan Jianxiang and Fan Tang alone in the cell. Eat until you're full. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame our family for meeting Li Zishuan. Fan Jianxiang was sobbing uncontrollably. After a while, Fan Tang stood up and walked towards the food box. He spoke to Fan Jianxiang with a weary expression. Beat him to death. Kill these two evildoers. Kill them. Hey, I hit him. Wow, I hit it too. At 5 a.m, Fan Tang and Fan Jianxiang were stuffed into the prison wagon for the first and last time in their lives. Because their hands and feet were tied to the prison cart, the bailiffs of the Supreme Court were not afraid that they would escape. They all stayed far away from the prison cart because they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After all, not every commoner could throw so accurately. But the bailiffs were not idle either. Whenever they saw a commoner carrying something that was too excessive, they would immediately step forward to stop them. After all, those big bricks, stones, and the like could easily kill the Fan father and son if they were hit. Before long, Fan Tang and Fan Jianxiang's heads and bodies were covered with eggshells, rotten eggs, and mud. Of course, there were also some strange things like smelly shoes and the like. Fortunately, the bailiffs had run away in advance. Otherwise, they would have suffered a lot. The so-called parade did not mean that they would go around every civilian square. They just circled around the main road of Chang, and the civilians knew the route and ambushed in advance on the road that the prisoners' wagon had to pass. They all presented the big gifts that they had carefully prepared for the Fan father and son. Fan Jianxiang was happily received by the commoners. Halfway through the parade, he fainted happily. When he woke up, he was already tied to the execution platform. Fan Tang, a merchant from Lantian County, is a heartless tyrant who oppresses commoners, rapes women, colludes with bandits, and disregards human life. His Majesty has decreed that he will be beheaded today. His son, Fan Jianxiang, has taken advantage of his position to rape many women and caused the deaths of 4. His Majesty has decreed that he will be beheaded. It is now 12:15. Men, carry out the execution. The executioner was Dai Zhou. After reading the imperial edict, he threw out the arrow with the word behead carved on it. Good. Kill Fan Tang. Kill Fan Jianxiang. The commoners were not afraid of the bloody scene that was about to happen. Instead, they cheered excitedly, especially the commoners from Lantian County. They had been waiting for this day for so long after being oppressed by the Fan father and son. Uft! The executioners took a sip of wine, then sprayed it on their blades. Then they raised their hands and cut down. Uft! Fan Tang and Fan Jianxiang did not even have time to scream before the executioners ended their evil lives. Cloud Mountain. Although it was the day of Fan Tang and Fan Jianxiang's execution, Li Zishuan was not so bored as to watch the show. Cleaning up the Fan family was just a casual move to purify the environment of Lantian County. He did not take it to heart at all. At this moment, He was confirming the final construction plan of the dam with MOY. I plan to divide the commoners into 3 teams. One team will be responsible for preparing, transporting materials, and stones. The other 2 teams will start construction from the south and north, respectively. Of course, the most important thing is to build a drainage canal to temporarily divert the Ba River. If we can use the crane that Yamacho built before, it should be faster. MOY pointed at the map and spoke with assurance. Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully and said, "No problem. I will modify the crane to be more suitable for the construction of the dam. Mr. M.O., if you need anything, just say the word. I will definitely solve it for you, if I can." The dam was his top priority this year. Everything else had to be put aside. MOY thought for a moment and stroked his beard. "I have calculated before. If this dam is built according to Yamacho's requirements, it will cost at least 400,000 strings of cash. I don't know if Yamacho can bear such a huge price." Although he knew that Li Zishuan was rich, he definitely did not know how much money Li Zishuan had. Moreover, 400,000 strings of cash was not a small sum. It was equivalent to an entire year's revenue of the Tang Dynasty's imperial court. 400,000 strings of cash. Yen Xiaoning, Mo Lingwei, Mo Chue, and the others all gasped with their mouths agape. Although they had expected it, they were still shocked by the number. Li Zishuan didn't look surprised. He nodded and said indifferently, "Mr. M.O., you don't have to worry about money. Since I've already decided to build this dam, I naturally won't be stumped by money. I will prepare all 400,000 strings of cash before the start of construction." Chapter 1244. As the days passed, Lantian County began to change bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was the middle of February. Many citizens had noticed the recent changes in Lantian County. Strange Taste Pavilion is opening a branch in Lantian County. Really? Looks like Marquis is starting to take our county seriously. It's not just Strange Taste Pavilion. I heard that Drunken Immortal House, Quirky Culture, Skillful Craftsman House, Appraisal House, Elegant House, Jade Treasure Hall, Earth Treasure House, Wizong House, and Treasure House are all here to open branches. Is there really such a thing? Why didn't I know about it? Hey, how can it be fake? Yesterday, when it was almost dark, I saw a few shops over at the South Market with their signboards hanging up. I think they'll be officially opening in 2 days. China's market square system originated from the Western Zhou Dynasty and gradually matured during the Sui and Tang dynasties. In the Tang system, 100 households is a li, 5 li is a village. Those who live in a state or county are called squares. Those outside the state or county are called villages. Li villages and squares all have zhengzheng. Li Zhengzheng is in charge of household registration, teaching farming and mulberry farming, inspecting violations, and urging people to pay taxes. Square Zhengzheng is in charge of the gate key, inspecting traders. It was clear that there was a clear division in Tang Dynasty's Li Fang. In the capital city of Chang and south of the imperial city, there are 10 squares from east to west and 9 squares from north to south. East and west of the imperial city, there are 12 squares each. As for Lantian County, although it was only 1/10 the size of Chang, and the city still strictly adhered to the market square system of this era. It was divided into 10 residential squares and 1 market square. All the shops and restaurants were in the market square in the south of the city. Doesn't that mean that we don't have to travel all the way to Chang and city in the future? Here in Lantian County, we can eat Chang and city's delicacies and buy Chang and city's goods. Hey, it's true. When Drunken Immortal opens, I'll go and try it. Let's see if it tastes the same as Drunken Immortal restaurant in Chang and city. Yo, Old Master Wu, only you can afford it. People like us, whether in Chang and City or Lantian County, can't afford to eat by drunken, immortal restaurants' food. When the time comes, I'll go to Chitsu Culture to buy a book for my child. The books there are still very cheap. Ha ha, what a joke. You must be joking. The anticipation of the masses could only be described with these 4 words. After all, no one would be willing to travel all the way to Chang, and if there were good goods and delicious food nearby. Therefore, the people of Lantian County were looking forward to the opening of these shops that had moved over from Chang, and Strange Interest Pavilion, Drunken Immortal House, and Strange Interest Culture are opening today with a 30% discount. Don't miss it. Look, it's written in the newspaper that Strange Interest Pavilion and Drunken Immortal Restaurant are opening for business today. The busy people who were preparing to go out in the morning came across a boy selling newspapers. They casually bought a newspaper and inadvertently saw the small advertisement in the middle of the newspaper. Instantly, they became excited. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and not long after, the entire Lantian County was in an uproar. 30% discount. This was too worth it. Today, I can finally afford to eat a meal at the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. I must go and have a taste. That's right. Let's go together. Oh, and I'm going to buy 2 books. Ha. Look, it's not just the Drunken Immortal Restaurant and Strange Interest Pavilion. Craftsman Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Study are also opening for business today. And it's also a 30% discount. Then no matter what, this old man will go and buy a bicycle today with a 30% discount and a membership card. This bicycle will only cost about 200 strings of coins. It's too cheap. Wow, it's true. Buy a bicycle. I must buy a bicycle today. If I can buy one, I'll make a profit. I wonder how many bicycles Craftsman Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Study will have today. These things used to be priceless in the past. Dozens of shops were opening for business at the same time, and all the goods were at a 30% discount. Such a huge commotion caused this small county that had been peaceful for more than a decade to suddenly become lively. Even the people far away in Chang and the surrounding counties rushed to Lantian County after hearing the news from today's Tang Daily. If you can buy something, you'll make a profit. This saying was not wrong at all in today's situation, especially when it came to bicycles. Although the workshop had supplied a large number of bicycles to Craftsman Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Study in Chang, and after the new year, it still could not meet the huge demand of the market. There were still many people who wanted to buy a bicycle. Line up! Line up! Today's bicycles are fully stocked at Elegant Study, so don't worry. Also, to save everyone's time, all the goods from Elegant Study can be traded with Tang Yuan. In the southern market square of Lantian County, the Lin family's housekeeper was shouting with all his might. There were simply too many people, so he had to come out to maintain order. Tang Yuan. What's Tang Yuan? The people who came to buy bicycles were puzzled when they heard that. The Lin family's housekeeper chuckled and said, "Dear customers, did you not read today's Tang Daily carefully? Today, other than the opening of our big shops, Yanhuang Bank in East Daoyi Lane of Lantian County is also opening. Everyone can exchange their copper coins for Tang Yuan at the bank. Here, this is a Tang Yuan. A Tang Yuan is a fixed amount of money. If you use Tang Yuan to buy things, you can save a lot of time." Hearing the housekeeper's words, those who had newspapers on hand immediately flipped through the newspapers on the spot, looking for news about Tang Yuan. Hey, Tang Daily really wrote about it. This Yanhuang Bank was established by Marquis Zhao Guogong and 6 wealthy businessmen in the capital. They invested 580,000 copper coins as a guarantee to establish a bank to exchange Tang Yuan. Everyone can go to the bank to exchange their copper coins for Tang Yuan or exchange Tang yuan for copper coins. There's only a 1% fee in between. Soon, some people saw the news about Yanhuang Bank and Tang yuan in the newspaper. Actually, they couldn't be blamed for not reading the newspaper carefully. It was just that when most people saw that the top shops in the capital, led by Strange Taste Pavilion, had opened branches in Lantian County and had a 30% discount on everything, their first reaction was to rush over as soon as possible to get a bargain. Why would they continue reading the newspaper? Oh, so it's Marquis who's personally vouching for it. What's there to worry about? And Tang yuan is so much more convenient than copper coins. I have to exchange for some Tang yuan. When the people heard that Li Zishuan was personally vouching for the bank, they didn't have much resistance in their hearts. But if I go to exchange for Tang yuan, what if I run out of bicycles later? Someone said worriedly. Dear customers, don't worry. Our shop will only officially open at 9 in the morning. There's still more than an hour. Also, customers who want to use Tang yuan to buy goods can queue up separately. It's a good opportunity for everyone to see how much faster it is to use Tang yuan to buy things compared to copper coins. Chapter 1245. Although it was clearly stated in the newspaper that these shops would only officially open at 9 in the morning, the people were afraid that they would not be able to get what they wanted if they were late. Hence, they came early to line up. It was worth mentioning that, under Li Zishuan's promotion, Lantian County South Market opened 3 hours earlier than Chang'an's East Market and West Market. Li Zishuan's next step was to completely abolish the system that required the market to be closed every day. As someone who had transmigrated from the modern world, he knew very well that if the market wanted to develop healthily, it had to be given the greatest freedom. The market system in China's ancient society was mainly established not for the convenience of the residents, but for the rulers to display their national prestige and to better achieve their goal of controlling the people. To a certain extent, the market system would hinder the development of the social economy and bring great inconvenience to the people's daily lives. Hence, in the middle and later stages of the Tang Dynasty, the market system was relaxed, and there were shops that the two markets could no longer accommodate. Hence, it began to expand to the nearby markets and other places. As a result, Chongren Market in the northwest of the East Market and Yanshou Market in the northeast of the West Market were more lively and prosperous than the East and West Market. In the end, there was even a night market. The development of business had to meet certain conditions, and an open market was one of the important conditions. The market opened in the middle of the day and closed at sunset. The strict opening and closing of the market caused the market to lose its freedom. Coupled with the night ban and strict control of the market, many rich and colorful public activities could not be carried out. Furthermore, the market implemented a strict opening and closing system. As a result, the people lost the right to exchange ideas and share entertainment, narrowing their physiological and psychological horizons. Since Li Zishuan wanted to turn Lantian County into a one-of-a-kind trading city, he had to reform the current market system. Today, the early opening of the market was just a small step for him to reform the system. In the South Market, the people who had come early to line up were somewhat moved after hearing the praises of the bank and the convenience of the Tang yuan from the various shop managers, especially those who were at the back of the line. When they heard that they could stand alone in a line with the Tang yuan, they did not hesitate and immediately pushed their small carts full of copper coins to Yanhuang Bank. At 9 in the morning, all the new shops in Lantian County opened on time. The Zhuotian restaurant was full. The customers who came to eat were from Lantian County, Chang'an City, and other states and counties. The restaurants in Lantian County, which used to have a bleak business, suddenly became popular because of the Zhuotian restaurant. Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Elegant Pavilion also began to sell their goods. The customers who had gone to the bank to exchange for the Tang yuan had finished their exchange and returned. The stewards kept their word and specially arranged a team for these people. Shopkeeper, I want 2 bicycles. Here, this is 560 Tang yuan. Please count it. Okay, 560 Tang yuan. No more, no less. Zhang San quickly pushed 2 bicycles out for this customer. Both within and outside of everyone's expectations, the team that used Tang yuan to buy things moved forward very quickly. Seeing that 5 people had already bought cars using Tang yuan and had left while the first person in the copper coin team hadn't finished counting his copper coins, many people in the back instantly panicked. At first, they roughly understood that the Tang yuan would be very convenient to use, but they did not expect the Tang yuan to be so fast. Compared to using copper coins, the speed was definitely more than twice as fast. Some of the more decisive people immediately rushed to the bank to exchange for the Tang yuan, while those who were hesitant were still wondering if they should exchange for the Tang yuan. Under the publicity of these newly opened shops, and Tang Daily, the first branch of Yanhuang Bank to serve the common people, quickly became popular. The Tang yuan, this new thing, also left a deep impression on many people. It was as if a seed had been planted in their hearts. As time passed, it would take root and sprout one day. Marquis, I finally don't have to worry about the county's trade. With these famous shops in Chang, and the people in the eastern counties will not go to Chang and to buy things. They will buy things in the nearby Lantian County. Our county is finally going to be lively. County magistrate, he, in his casual clothes, was accompanying Li Zishuan to the South Market Square to observe the people. Seeing that the square was filled with people and was in full swing, the degree of liveliness was comparable to the East and West Market of Chang. And county magistrate, he stroked his beard and said with satisfaction. Li Zishuan laughed and said, County magistrate, you're only looking at the surface. Think deeper. If there are more shops in Lantian County, and it becomes more prosperous, then it will correspondingly recruit more commoners to work as workers. In this way, other than relying on the land to make a living, the commoners in our county can also help out during their free time and earn an additional income, right? In modern terms, this was called increasing employment. Marquis is right. I am impressed. County magistrate, he sighed, and then asked, Marquis, by introducing the bank and Tang yuan, are you trying to let the people use Tang yuan to replace the copper coins in the future? As a county magistrate, he definitely knew more about Tang yuan than the ordinary people. He knew that Tang yuan was convenient, safe, and difficult to imitate. He was in favor of Tang yuan replacing the copper coins. Li Zishuan frowned and said in a deep voice, Let's try it in Lantian County first. As for Chang or the other counties, let's not bother about it for now. If the people in Lantian County can eventually get used to Tang yuan, then I will think of a way to promote Tang yuan to other places. Currently, there were only 2 places where Tang yuan could be used. One was Yanhuang College, and the other was Lantian County. These 2 places were basically Li Zishuan's private territory. He could do whatever he wanted there. However, it was different for other places. If he rashly promoted Tang yuan to other places, he might be impeached. After all, he did not have the right to privately issue money. If Tang yuan wanted to be promoted in the entire Tang Dynasty, he would need Li Heir's approval. And if the Tang Bank wanted to be opened in all the counties in Tang Dynasty, he would need the participation of the royal family. Otherwise, it would be difficult to do anything. Now, Li Zishuan was waiting. He was waiting for Li Heir to give Tang yuan and the Yanhuang Bank a proper status. Marquis, you are worrying too much. This Tang yuan is so exquisite and convenient to use. I feel that once the people get used to it, they will definitely not be able to leave it. Chapter 1246. county magistrate, his analysis was reasonable, and things were slowly developing in the direction he expected. Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Qingyezhai also had ample stock of bicycles today. It took them an entire morning before they ran out of stock. An interesting phenomenon was that in the entire morning, the number of people who bought bicycles with Tang yuan was 10 times more than the number of people who bought bicycles with copper coins. In other words, Tang yuan's settlement speed was 10 times faster than copper coins. At the beginning of the morning, those customers who were hesitant and didn't exchange their coins for Tang yuan's bicycles were envious and regretful when they saw the Tang yuan's procession moving forward. If they hadn't hesitated, wouldn't they have been able to buy a bicycle? Therefore, after leaving the shops such as Skillful Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Qingyezhai, many people went to the bank to exchange all their money for the bicycles for Tang yuan. Since they had to buy bicycles sooner or later, it would take a lot of effort for them to carry the carts of copper coins back, so it was more convenient to exchange them for Tang yuan. Manager, give me a pot of wenru, a serving of meatballs, and a serving of dongpa pork. At noon, those who came from other counties to Lantian County to buy bicycles went to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for lunch. Logically speaking, those who could afford bicycles were all rich people. Of course, they would choose a good place like Drunken Immortal Restaurant for lunch. Okay, please wait a moment. The dishes will be served immediately. The innkeeper responded and instructed the waiter to inform the chef to prepare the dishes. After a while, the dishes were served. It's the same taste. Could it be that the chefs of Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Chang and are all here too? The customers who came from Chang and could not help but praise after tasting the dishes of Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Lantian County. You must be joking, sir. This is a business, and so is Chang. And if all the chefs are here, the customers in Chang and will definitely be unhappy. The chefs of our Lantian County branch are all trained. I guarantee that the dishes they make will taste the same as the dishes of Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Chang. And the waiter smiled warmly. Marquis is so thoughtful. The diner laughed and then began to eat heartily. A quarter of an hour later, all the plates were cleared. The diner wiped his mouth with satisfaction and said, "Waiter, the bill." "All right, dear guest, a total of 4 strings of cash. If you have Tang yuan, you can pay with Tang yuan." Yo, I almost forgot that your shop can use Tang yuan. Wait a moment. I'll look for it for you. The diner was a little surprised. He took out 4 1 yuan notes from his sleeve and said, "Here you go. Not to mention, with Tang yuan around, it's much more convenient to eat." How could this be inconvenient? In the past, when he went to the Drunken Immortal Restaurant to eat, he had to carry a dozen or so pounds of copper coins. But now, a few Tang yuan was enough. The waiter took the Tang yuan and said with a smile, "Sir, the Tang yuan is not only convenient for eating, it's also convenient for you to buy other things." Today, our Lantian County's newly opened stores are selling food, drinks, clothes, and other necessities. You can use Tang yuan to buy them all. And according to this trend, I reckon that in a while, all the stores in our Lantian County will be able to use Tang yuan to buy things. The waiter was advertising Tang yuan for free. The diner said with a yearning look, "When that time comes, it will be too convenient. It's a pity that my home is not in Lantian County. I wonder if Chang and city will be the same as here, using Tang yuan all the time." This diner was not an exception. Those who had experienced the convenience of Tang yuan were basically fans of Tang yuan. If they were to use copper coins again, they would feel uncomfortable. For example, a certain restaurant in Lantian County. "What? You can't use Tang yuan here? This Tang yuan was made by the Marquis of Yong. And you guys are doing business in Lantian County, and you don't even trust the Marquis of Yong. And a diner finished his meal and took out 2 Tang yuan when he paid the bill. In the end, the diner's manager did not recognize this thing. The diner was instantly enraged. It was impossible for him not to be enraged. The copper coins he brought in the morning were all changed to Tang yuan. Although a meal in this restaurant was not expensive, it still cost a few hundred copper coins. Where was he going to find a few hundred copper coins now? Customer, please calm down. It's not that this old man does not trust the Marquis of Yong, but this old man has never heard of any Tang yuan or Tang jiao, much less seen one. The manager frowned and said gloomily, if it weren't for the fact that this diner was dressed luxuriously and had expensive accessories on him, he would have already arrested this person as a freeloader and brought him to the authorities. If you haven't heard of it, go out and ask around. If you haven't seen it, then it's even easier. You can just go to the Yanhuang Bank in Daoi Lane and take a good look. Really, do you think I will lie to you? The drunken immortal restaurant next door can use Tang yuan to pay the bill today. Why can't you guys do the same? If not for the drunken immortal restaurant being full today, I wouldn't even be willing to eat here. The diner got angrier as he spoke. After all, he was from a well-to-do family. Now that he had been tricked into not having money to pay the bill, it would be strange if he was not angry. This brother is right. If other places can use Tang yuan, why can't you guys do the same? Isn't your restaurant too backward? In his eyes, a place that could not use Tang yuan was a place that was backward. Yes, even Tang yuan can't be used. Then we won't come here to eat in the future. As soon as this was said, many diners from other places immediately responded. The manager of the restaurant was sweating profusely. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Calm down. This old man will send someone to the drunken immortal restaurant next door to ask. Wait a moment, wait a moment." Those who liked Tang yuan were not only the people who bought things. Many of the people who sold things also liked him. Qingye Zhai. Master, in just one morning, we have sold all of the 100-over bicycles. The speed is more than twice as fast as before. Madame Li said with a face full of joy. Lin Wenyuan stroked his beard and said excitedly, "Hee. This is all thanks to Tang yuan. Madam, you also saw it this morning. Using Tang yuan to buy things, the speed is at least several times faster than before." Madame Jean nodded and said, Yes. Marquise things are really useful most of the time. This Tang yuan, if all the customers in Chang and can use it, that would be great. Lin Wenyuan looked in the direction of Chang and then said thoughtfully, whether Tang yuan can gain everyone's approval or not, it still depends on His Majesty's attitude. Obviously, he, who had been doing business all his life, also saw the biggest hurdle that Tang yuan was currently facing. Chapter 1247. In the next few days, restaurants and shops such as Strange Taste Pavilion, Skillful Craftsman Pavilion, Inspection Treasure Pavilion, an elegant restaurant held several big promotions, causing the flow of people in Lantian County to reach a peak. The local citizens of Lantian County had never seen the county so lively. With the increase in the flow of people, the local restaurants and shops also benefited from it, and their business was booming. On the other hand, the business of Yanhuang Bank was also constantly rising. On the first day after the branch was established, they exchanged 100,000 Tang yuan, and on the second day, 120,000 Tang yuan. Now, they could make around 200,000 Tang yuan in a day, but on the other hand, the retention rate of Tang yuan was frighteningly low. Many merchants were forced to allow customers to use Tang yuan for transactions, but after they received the Tang yuan, they would almost always bring the Tang yuan to the bank and exchange it for copper coins on the same day or the next day. There were only two reasons for this phenomenon. First, many people had dealt with copper coins their whole lives. They would only feel at ease when they received the copper coins, and would feel unsure when they received the Tang yuan. Second, when they went to other places to buy goods, under normal circumstances, the other party would not recognize the Tang yuan, and they would still need the copper coins. Ultimately, it was because the Tang yuan did not have a legitimate copper coin and could not be recognized by everyone in the world. Now, most people only treated the Tang yuan as a proof of copper coins, a medium, and not as a currency. This was what Li Zexuan did not want to see. If the Tang yuan could only be used as proof and not as a currency, then all the effort he had put in to design and print the Tang yuan, as well as the establishment of the Yanhuang Bank, would be meaningless. Only when the Tang yuan became a trustworthy currency that everyone believed and could be directly circulated in the market would the existence of the Yanhuang Bank have meaning and value. Otherwise, the current phenomenon of immediately exchanging Tang yuan for copper coins upon receiving the Tang yuan was no different from some countries going bankrupt, and their currency being run by the people in the country. What he wanted was a modern bank, and not a simple proof of concept institution. However, there was a good thing now, and that was that the Tang yuan's influence was growing. The number of people who knew about the Tang yuan was also increasing. As long as he could become famous, then the rest would be easy. That day, morning court, Taiji Palace. Your Majesty, a few days ago, something called Tang yuan appeared on Cloud Mountain. It can be used as copper coins to buy food and clothing. Recently, Tang yuan has spread to Lantian County. It can be said that it is extremely popular. It is said that all the shops, restaurants, and inns in Lantian County can now use Tang yuan to pay their bills. I personally went to the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County to exchange for a few Tang yuan notes. I realized that they are very exquisite and are easier to carry around than copper coins. It will save a lot of time and effort when used for daily transactions. This old subject believes that Tang yuan has a lot of merits. Perhaps the imperial court can also use Tang yuan to replace the copper coins. Within the Taiji Palace, the Minister of Revenue, Xiao Yu, actually mentioned Tang yuan of the Yen Huang Bank during the morning court assembly. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the officials in the court began to whisper among themselves. Obviously, they had more or less heard some news about Tang yuan these days. Zhang Sun Wuji's closed eyes suddenly opened. He looked at Xiao Yu with some surprise. He was thinking about how to tell Li Er about the Yen Huang Bank and Tang yuan. After all, he had shares of the Yen Huang Bank. He did not expect Xiao Yu to be one step ahead of him and mention this issue. This had unknowingly helped Zhang Sun Wuji a lot. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, was silent for a moment before he said, "I already know about the Tang yuan and the Yen Huang Bank. However, when it comes to the Tang Dynasty's currency, the decision must be made carefully. As for using Tang yuan to replace the copper coins, what do all of you think?" "Your Majesty," this old subject objects. Fang Xianling stepped out from the crowd and clasped his hands. "Just as Your Majesty said, when it comes to the Tang Dynasty's currency, it is definitely not a small matter. Firstly, the right to make the coins must be in the hands of the imperial court. According to what this subject knows, Tang yuan was printed by the Marquis of Yong and using a special paper and a special printing method. If the imperial court wants to make Tang yuan to replace the copper coins, it will not be easy. On the other hand, even if the imperial court has the method of printing Tang yuan, since the method came from the Marquis of Yong, and then the Marquis of Yong, and will always use this method. When the time comes, it will inevitably cause criticism. Logically speaking, Fang Xianling did not have any enmity with Li Zexuan. The reason why he jumped out to object now was because he did not want Li Zexuan to be attacked and criticized by the officials in the court. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. Although he had the intention to use Tang Yuan in more places, he had to admit that Feng Xuanling's words made sense. Li Er frowned and did not speak. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin jumped out and said, "Your Majesty, although Xuanling's words make sense, what is the saying again? Oh, you can't not eat because you are afraid of choking, right? Since Tang Yuan is more convenient than copper coins, then let's use it. If there is a problem, then let's think of a way to solve it. Although I, old Cheng, am a bore, I understand that we should use whatever is convenient." Hearing the first half of his sentence, the crowd could not help but want to laugh. However, after listening to the rest, most of the officials could not help but ponder. Li Er's eyes lit up as he nodded and praised, "Your words are crude, but not crude. I will carefully consider the matter of Tang Yuan. There is no need to discuss it today. Your Majesty, go and summon Li Zixuan to see me." After lunch, Li Er returned to Ganlu Hall to review the memorials. Just as he picked up his pen, he suddenly ordered Zhao Song, who was behind him. Understood. Zhao Song's heart skipped a beat as he cupped his hands and replied. More than half an hour later, Yunshan, Yanhuang College. After hearing Zhao Song's order to summon him, Li Zixuan hurriedly returned to the courtyard to change his clothes. He rode a fast horse and rushed to Chang, and with Zhao Song. He was secretly delighted. Old Li finally could not hold back. Looks like Tang Yuan and the bank are finally going to cross that hurdle. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong is here. Summon. In Taiji Palace, Li Zixuan heard the summons and walked in from outside the palace. After a round of greetings, Li Er went straight to the point and asked, "Marquis Yong, and what do you think of Tang Yuan? What do you think of Yanhuang Bank?" When Li Zixuan heard this, he almost vomited blood. If this became Li Er's catchphrase, then there would be no more, "What do you think of Yuan Fang?" It would be replaced by, "What do you think of Marquis Yong?" And when he thought of this, Li Zixuan could not help but shudder. "Old Li, please don't do this." Chapter 1248. I know that your Majesty is worried, but the appearance of Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan will definitely bring more benefits than harm to Tang. Your Majesty, please consider this carefully. Li Zixuan bowed and said in the sweet dew hall, the bank and Tang Yuan, which had been around for more than half a month, were finally going to face the super test that they had to go through. If they passed, they would live. If they failed, they would die. Li Er asked calmly, "Oh, then tell me, what benefits can this bank and Tang Yuan bring to Tang?" Li Zixuan organized the words in his mind and slowly said, "Your Majesty, first of all, Tang Yuan is lighter than copper coins. It is more convenient for merchants and commoners to trade, especially for large transactions. For example, buying a horse carriage. Nowadays, horse carriages are mostly priced at a few hundred strings of coins. A few hundred strings of coins would weigh at least 1,000 caddies. It would take at least 2 to 3 ox carts. If we use Tang Yuan to pay, we only need a few hundred Tang Yuan notes to easily complete the transaction. Regardless of whether it is the buyer or the seller, it saves a lot of time." As he spoke, Li Zixuan took out a 100 Tang Yuan banknote. Li Er had Zhao Song present the banknote to him, and after examining it carefully, he said, "Just as Xianling said, your Tang Yuan is very exquisite. We already have some understanding of what you just said, but we can't abandon copper coins and use Tang Yuan just because it's more convenient than copper coins. If it causes unrest in the country, you will not be able to bear the responsibility, and neither can I." Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty is right. This Tang Yuan can indeed cause unrest in the country. It is definitely right to be cautious." Li Er frowned and said, "Unhappily, you were just saying how good Tang Yuan is. Why are you saying this now?" "Your Majesty, The reason why Tang Yuan can cause unrest in the country is because it is too easy to use and has too many advantages. If you want to talk about Tang Yuan's disadvantages, you have to start from its advantages. Li Zishuan smiled and continued. Apart from what I said just now, the second advantage of Tang Yuan is that it is extremely safe to carry around and can make up for the lack of money. Our Tang Empire currently produces about 3 million caddies of copper annually. Even if we use all of it to make copper coins, we can only make about 600,000 strings of coins. Ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, he had cooperated with the civil and military officials to vigorously develop the people's livelihood. The 600,000 strings of coins per year might have been enough a few years ago, but since last year, the people's copper coins had been stretched to the limit. And as time went on, with the development of production in the provinces and counties of the Tang Empire and the acceleration of the circulation of goods, the speed of copper coins casting would gradually fall behind the people's needs for copper coins. When that time comes, there will be a shortage of money coins. How will the imperial court deal with it? Must we restrict the production? Of course not. It will hinder the Tang. If there is a bank and Tang Yuan, and the imperial court enforces a rule that Tang Yuan can completely replace the copper coins, then there will be no shortage of money. Li Zishuan's words had indeed poked at a sore spot in his heart. He knew his own situation. The Tang Empire's annual coinage was actually less than the 600,000 strings of coins mentioned by Li Zishuan. Furthermore, it was undeniable that ever since the world was at peace, the people's agricultural production had recovered very quickly. The speed at which the Tang Empire's copper coins were increasing could not keep up with the people's demand for copper coins. If this continued, the imperial court would really have no way to deal with it. When that time came, could the imperial court suppress the value of all commodities? For example, if a bushel of rice was suppressed to 2 copper coins, the people's demand for copper coins would naturally decrease. But how could that be possible? At this time, commodities were already very, very cheap. They could not be suppressed any further. You mean that after Tang Yuan replaces the copper coins, we can use Tang Yuan to alleviate the shortage of money? Li Er frowned and asked. There was indeed a problem with the Tang Empire's current currency system, but he always felt that Tang Yuan would have hidden dangers and would not be reliable when using it. Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, this is one of the disadvantages of Tang Yuan, and also where the hidden danger lies. Tang Yuan can solve the shortage of money and can quickly generate a large amount of wealth for the imperial court, but there is a huge risk behind it. Your Majesty is wise and has outstanding self-control, but can you guarantee that the future emperors will be like you? What if there are emperors in the future who are greedy for temporary profits and use Tang Yuan to deal with the imperial court's financial difficulties, causing the Tang Yuan flowing to the people to be much higher than what the people need? The people will feel that Tang Yuan is worthless and will frantically try to exchange Tang Yuan for copper coins. At that time, the new currency system established using Tang Yuan will quickly collapse. Furthermore, if it is not handled properly, the country will also collapse." Li Er was suddenly enlightened and finally understood what the problem in his heart was. He asked, "Then what is the basis for the distribution of Tang Yuan?" Li Zishuan replied, "Currently, it is based on the amount of copper coins prepared by the bank. During the initial stages of the distribution of Tang Yuan, the bank must provide 100%, or at least 80% of the reserves for the Tang Yuan. In other words, if the bank wants to issue 100,000 Tang Yuan, it must have a reserve of at least 80,000 strings of cash for the commoners and merchants to exchange for. To put it bluntly, Tang Yuan is just a proof of trust. Only when everyone believes that Tang Yuan can be exchanged for copper coins will they feel at ease using Tang Yuan. Furthermore, as the commoners and merchants' trust in Tang Yuan increases, the number of times they exchange for copper coins will obviously decrease. At that time, the reserve that the bank needs to provide can be reduced to 40 to 60%. At that time, although the Tang Empire can only produce 600,000 strings of cash every year, it can issue at least 1,000,000 Tang yuan. Li Er's eyes lit up. He finally smiled and said, "That's not a bad idea. But from what we heard, in the future, won't the Tang yuan issue be based on the amount of copper coins prepared by the bank?" Li Zishuan replied, "Of course not. This method of using copper coins as a guarantee to issue Tang yuan is just the most basic method of the bank. When Tang yuan is accepted by the majority, there will be no need to use copper coins as a guarantee. At that time, it will be using the reputation of the imperial court as a guarantee. The amount of Tang yuan issued will be based on the value created by everyone in the Tang Empire every year. Thus, the bank must be in the hands of the imperial court. In modern society, there are 3 basic stages of currency issuance. First, gold and silver reserve system. Under the metal currency system, it was stipulated that the bank notes issued by the central bank must have 100% reserve, because the bank notes could be exchanged for gold and silver freely. Second, guarantee reserve system. After the non-cash credit currency system replaced the metal currency system, the central bank's currency issuance was guaranteed by securities, foreign exchange, and even other assets. This was also one of the reasons why the country placed great importance on foreign exchange reserves. Third, managed currency system. To prevent the central bank from issuing excessive banknotes, many countries used to issue a maximum amount of banknotes. In Li Zishuan's plan, Tang yuan had to develop from the initial exchange currency to the credit currency system, and finally develop into an official currency issued by the country, completely replacing copper coins. After all, from his point of view, other than being used to make money, copper was still very useful in other aspects. Chapter 1249. Oh, you intend to hand over Tang yuan and the bank to the imperial court? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Zishuan's financial wisdom made Li Er's eyes light up. However, Li Zishuan's last sentence shocked Li Er the most. He did not expect Li Zishuan to hand over the bank and Tang yuan that he had painstakingly set up to the imperial court. Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, the bank has the right to issue Tang yuan. If it is not in the hands of the imperial court, how would it look? Although I can be a little reckless at times, I still know what is right and what is wrong." Li Er was stunned. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Ha! You have worked so hard for so long. I even heard that the bank has 100,000 strings of copper coins. Now, you are so generous that you are willing to hand over the bank to me?" Based on his understanding of Li Zishuan's character of never taking losses, he didn't believe that Li Zishuan would hand over Tang yuan and the bank for free. Cough, cough. "Your Majesty, to be honest, the bank only has 60% of the shares that can be given to the imperial court. The rest has already been given out." Li Zishuan coughed dryly and said with an embarrassed face, "Oh, I knew that you would not be taken advantage of, right? Then tell me, who did you give the remaining 40% of shares to?" Li Er narrowed his eyes and said with an indifferent expression. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, 5% of the shares were given to Duke Xiao. He gave 100,000 strings of copper coins to the bank as a deposit. 9% of the shares were given to a few wealthy merchants from the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. They gave a total of 380,000 strings of copper coins and are willing to help the bank promote Tang yuan in the various provinces and counties. I also intend to give Uncle Qin, Uncle Chung, Uncle Nyo, and Uncle Yuchi 8% of the shares. They will also contribute money and effort in the future. Although these people own shares in the bank, they did not participate in the management of the bank. They only participated in the dividends. This subject would like to own 18% of the free shares of the bank. In the early stages, when everyone is unfamiliar with the operations of the bank and Tang Yuan, this subject can provide suggestions for the development of the bank and formulate the corresponding rules and regulations so that the bank can better serve the court and truly become the sharp sword of a strong country. In the future, when the bank has matured and there is a suitable person to replace me, I will take the initiative to withdraw from the management position of the bank. In fact, this private bank was basically equivalent to the central bank in his previous life. Li Zishuan had never thought of taking it for himself. He knew himself well enough to know that this thing was a hot potato. He couldn't take it, let alone eat it. The one who had absolute control over the bank had to be the royal family. As for him, he would be satisfied as long as he could follow behind them and get some scraps. Furthermore, he did not lack money nor status. The creation of the bank and Tang Yuan was more for the sake of the common good and not for personal gain. Using copper coins as currency was not conducive to circulation and would greatly affect the economic development of the Tang Empire. As a modern person, if he wanted the Tang Empire to become stronger in terms of economy, he had to promote the creation of paper money. In fact, if a transmigrator like him did not appear, according to official history, flying money would appear during the Tang Xianzong and Yuan He years. Some merchants set up associations in the main cities of the country and used flying money to replace copper coins as a tool of exchange. This reduced the demand for copper coins. Flying money was made of paper. Not only was it convenient to carry around, it was also safe. Other than being used by merchants, it was also approved by the government. The new Tang book recorded Emperor Xianzong banned the use of copper coins. At that time, merchants came to the capital and entrusted the various Taoists with money to submit memorials to the court, as well as the various armies and envoys from the rich families. Using light clothing, they were accepted. When Li Er heard that Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Xiong, and the rest also had shares in the bank, his expression did not change much. However, when he heard about the shares held by the merchants of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and Li Zishuan, he instantly frowned and could not help but say, "Those merchants in your Chamber of Commerce, no matter how much they invest, you can only give them 5% of the shares at most. And you?" At this point, Li Er paused and said, "I know that in terms of the management of the bank and the distribution of Tang Yuan, no one knows more than you. I am also not a stingy person. As long as you can really get the bank on the right track and allow Tang Yuan to replace copper coins within the borders of the Tang Empire and completely solve the problem of lack of money without creating chaos for the imperial court, I will grant you 25% of the shares." Li Zishuan's face lit up with joy and said in surprise, "So, Your Majesty agrees to use the name of the imperial court to distribute Tang Yuan?" Li Er said in a deep voice, "Yes, the problem of lack of money that you mentioned previously does exist, and the bank and Tang Yuan are indeed a good way to solve the problem of lack of money. I wish to put the Yen Huang Bank under the Ministry of Revenue and let you have full authority to manage it. Strive to get the bank on the right track as soon as possible." "Your Majesty is wise," Li Zishuan said excitedly. In this way, the Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan were finally in the right. In these 2 days, you will draw up a detailed report on the internal system and development plans of the Yanhuang Bank. When the time comes, I will discuss it with Fu Ji, Xianling, Xiao Yu, and the rest. Li Er thought for a while and instructed. Changing the currency system of the Tang Empire was a big matter. No matter what, he had to discuss it with the important officials of the imperial court beforehand. Great, this was going to be a treasure again. When Li Zishuan heard this, he felt bitter in his heart. However, he replied, "As you wish." After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan directly returned to Yanhuang College. When Ma Zhou heard that he had returned, he hurried to his office. Marquis, this year's Tang Empire FIFA ranking competition is about to begin. Now, many teams from the state and county have already arrived in Chang. And how and where should we compete? We have to have a plan in advance, Ma Zhou said as he entered Li Zixuan's office. Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this. At this moment, he recalled that when football was first introduced last year, he had mentioned on Tang Daily that each state and county would select the 3 strongest teams to participate in the ranking competition in Chang and in March this year. According to the results of the competition, a batch of League A and League B teams would be determined. From the end of August to May of the following year, each team would participate in the corresponding league according to their level. Counting the days, it would be March in another 10 days. No wonder he often saw many unfamiliar faces when he went to Chang. And recently, I almost forgot about this. Brother Ma, let me think about it carefully. I have been too busy recently. Li Zixuan patted his head and said with a vexed expression. Speaking of which, he had been busy with the national affairs of the Yen Huang Bank and Tang Yuan recently. How could he have the time to think about this? However, since he had already bragged about it back then, he had to make sure that he got back at them. The ranking competition was a must. Chapter 1250. So far, how many teams have reported to the FIFA? Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. Li Zixuan recalled the plan he made when the Tang Empire's FIFA was first established. For the past half a year, he had many things to do. The FIFA was completely managed by Ma Zhou and the bearded guest. He didn't ask about the details, so he could only ask Ma Zhou. Fortunately, Ma Zhou's temper was not bad. He smiled and replied, Master Ho, last year there were more than 100 states and counties and more than 600 of them that had reported to the FIFA. Our FIFA personnel have already been assigned to these states and counties. The remaining states and counties are expected to be fully staffed this year. This year, there will be more than 300 teams coming to Chang and to participate in the ranking tournament. Even if there are 10 matches a day, it will take a month for all 300 teams to compete. So, Marquis, we have to prepare early. Li Zixuan was shocked when he heard that there were so many teams coming. In his previous life, he had never heard of so many teams in the country. However, he quickly recovered from his shock. In his previous life, football was the pain of all the people. But now, he was in the prosperous Tang Empire. Football, for the descendants of the Yellow Emperor, would be the first to start in the entire world. Furthermore, with his own leadership and arrangements, he did not believe that the Tang Empire would still be a weak country in football. He did not believe that the Han people's football would still be squashed on the ground by teams from small countries like South Korea and Japan. The glory of the Han people's football would be led and protected by him. He wanted to cultivate China into a big football country from now on and form a football culture from top to bottom. More than 1,000 years later, no matter how disappointing his descendants were, they would not be humiliated by teams from small countries like Japan. Inwardly encouraging himself, Li Zixuan suddenly felt that there was an additional responsibility on his shoulders. Initially, he had invented football to develop a sport for the students of the academy. However, now that he had made a big deal out of it, he might as well give the Chinese football a helping hand. After all, in his previous life, he was also infuriated by the national football team's incompetence. Brother Ma, first of all, we have to solve the problem of the competition venue. The academy's football field is definitely not enough. The ranking competition will be held on the 8th day of the 3rd month. There are still 20 or so days until now. In these 20 or so days, I plan to build 2 more soccer fields. One will be in Lantian County, and the other will be by the Ba River in Plum Village. I will get Xiaoning to push this matter as soon as possible. As for the schedule of the ranking tournament, it would use a single round system. Through drawing lots, the 300-plus teams would be divided into 10 groups: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, S, F, and X. Within each group, each team would challenge the other teams in turn. If they won a match, they would get 3 points. If they drew a match, they would get 1 point. If they lost a match, they would get no points. After all the group matches were over, the top 5 teams in each group would enter the knockout stage. During the knockout stage, the 50 teams would be divided into 5 groups: A, B, C, D, and E, with 10 teams in each group. During the knockout stage, the champions and runners-up of each group would not meet, and teams from the same state or county would not fight against each other. The top 4 teams in each group would be directly promoted to the first division teams, and the rest would be promoted to the second division teams. Due to the special circumstances this year, the 21st division teams would need to complete the first division league in the next few months. The first division league would use a home and away system with a total of 38 rounds. Similarly, a win would get 3 points, a draw would get 1 point, and a loss would get no points. Only the top 10 teams in the First Division League would be eligible to participate in the Champions League at the end of July and compete for the prize money. According to the original plan set by the FIFA, the First Division League would be held between August and May of the following year. The top 10 teams in the First Division League would be able to participate in the Champions League. The Champions League would be held at the end of July. However, since this was the first year of the official introduction of the Football League, there would need to be a ranking tournament first to determine the level of all the teams. Therefore, Li Zishuan planned to use 3 months to directly let the 21st Division teams play in Chang, and then remove them from the Champions League. After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Ma Zhou was a little confused by the detailed and complete plan of the competition system. He knew that Li Zishuan was smarter than him, but how could Li Zishuan come up with such a complete, strict, and detailed set of rules in such a short time for something as unorthodox as football? After pondering carefully in his mind for a long time, Ma Zhou asked, "Marquis, what are the home and away games?" Li Zishuan frowned and replied, "The general idea is that 2 teams have to play 2 games against each other. For example, the 2 teams of Qinzhou and Bingzhou need to play 1 game in Qinzhou and 1 game in Bingzhou, respectively. This is the home and away games. However, time is short this year, so these 21st Division teams will stay in Chang and to determine the winner. The home and away games are just a formality." Ma Zhou nodded and asked again, "Marquis, if 2 teams have the same number of points in the league, how will the ranking be determined?" Li Zishuan secretly praised Ma Zhou in his heart. This Ma Zhou's thoughts were very meticulous. No wonder he could become the prime minister that Li Zishuan used the most in the future. In the home and away games in the league, if 2 teams have the same number of points, the ranking will be determined according to the goal difference between the 2 teams, which is the number of goals scored minus the number of goals conceded. If they are still the same, the ranking will be determined according to the total goal difference in the league. If they are still the same, the ranking will be determined according to the number of goals scored. In the single round system, the teams with the same number of points will enter a playoff. Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and replied with a face full of praise. Ma Zhou nodded repeatedly as he listened. In the end, he cupped his hands and said, "Ha!" In this way, there are almost no loopholes in the competition system. Marquis strategizing. I admire you, admire you. This was not a deliberate flattery or flattery. Ma Zhou asked himself honestly. If he were in Ma Zhou's shoes, it would be impossible for him to come up with such an efficient and flawless competition system in such a short period of time. Li Zishuan waved his hand. He knew himself best. He had only borrowed from the football competition system in his previous life. There was nothing to brag about. Brother Ma, since you understand the competition system of the league-level league and the league-level league, then I'll have to trouble you to get up as soon as possible in the next few days and come up with a detailed competition system so that the teams coming to Chang and can prepare as soon as possible. I'll ask Xiaoning to build the other 2 football stadiums as soon as possible. These 2 days, he still had to make a treasure for Li Zixuan and the big shots in the imperial court. The matter of Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan could not be delayed. He could use this opportunity to hold a football competition in Chang and to let the people in other provinces and counties know about Tang Yuan in advance. Good. I'll draft the competition system by tomorrow, Ma Zhou responded, and then took his leave. Chapter 1251. Compared to Li Zixuan's slow reaction, the people of Chang and city were more aware of the upcoming football league. 2 days ago, the people had noticed that there were obviously more foreigners in Chang than before. After a little inquiry, they knew the purpose of these people coming to Chang, and naturally, they thought of the league system announced to the public when the Tang Football Association was just established last year. Thus, countless football enthusiasts were boiling with excitement. Yes, football enthusiasts. In the past half a year since the introduction of football, its unique viewing value and unparalleled passion made every small-scale football game attract many people to watch. Moreover, in a football game, the teamwork between the teams, the tacit understanding between the players, the battle tactics between the 2 teams, the dazzling passing of the ball, and the fatal shots at crucial moments all made people tighten their toes and feel their blood boil. Those who had personally watched a football game, regardless of the scale, as long as they were at the scene and felt the intense atmosphere, they would never forget it. The most exciting moment was, of course, the moment when the goal was scored. The cheers of the whole stadium, the state of the protagonist. At that moment, the whole stadium treated him as the focus, and he was the hero on the field. Cheers for the hero, pride for the hero, salutations for the hero. The hero was the focus of the whole stadium. The excitement that the heroes could bring to people was more attractive than a football game. Because of this, although football had only appeared in Tang Empire for half a year, it had already attracted a large number of people who liked to play or watch football games. This was the charm of the #1 sport in modern times. Gold would shine no matter where it was, and something with charm would attract people regardless of the era. Therefore, when the people knew that a series of top football games would be held in Chang and city from next month onwards, they cheered loudly and spread the news. At this moment, they were only waiting for the Tang Empire Football Association to announce the specific date and schedule of the games. At this moment, the people realized that the Tang Empire Football Association was also such an important department. It was not insignificant. 2 days later, the Tang Empire Football Association's notice about the league in March finally appeared on Tang Daily. The originally lively Chang and city was completely boiling. Wow, according to the newspaper, doesn't that mean that we can watch football games for the next 3 to 4 months? Ha ha, that's great. We won't be bored for the next few months. In ancient times where entertainment was lacking, once football became popular, it was undoubtedly the best way to relieve boredom for those who were bored out of their minds. That's right. Let's hope that there are a few strong teams among them. That will be more exciting. There's nothing to say. If there really is a good team, this young master will buy it. Damn it, I formed a team last year, but they couldn't even enter the top 3 in Chang and city. Then, they wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the ranking competition next month. What bad luck! Ha ha ha. Young Master Chow, with those weak little bastards that you found, do you really think they can enter the top 3? I think they can't even beat my team. Scram! Let's see which team is the better team. Heh, let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Last year, when football was just on the rise, many rich young masters in Chang and city and other provinces and counties had formed teams. It was not that they wanted to form teams to participate in the competition and win the prize money of the league. Most of them formed teams just for fun or to compete with their friends on a daily basis. That was all. Compared to the people of modern times, the Tang people's passion for football was still quite high. At the very least, at this time, there were many more civilian teams than in modern times. Although the quality was still unknown, with a good start, after years of training and competition, there was naturally no need to worry too much about the overall football skills. Today, I've gathered all of you here because I have a very important matter to inform you. In a room in the workshop, Li Zishuan looked at the 6 members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce and said in a deep voice, "Originally, there were 8 members, but as the Crown Prince, Li Chengqian, must have been listening to politics in the morning. How would he have the time to come?" As for Wang Rinbiao, he was now the provincial governor of Qizhou, ruling over a region. Of course, Li Zishuan still left some shares for Wang Rinbiao in the Flaming Yellow Bank this time. When he met Wang Rinbiao in the future, he would give a portion of his shares to Wang Rinbiao. Strictly speaking, Wang Rinbiao was a friend worth making, and the Wang family, led by Wang Yu, was also a good power to make friends with. "Marquis, please speak. We're all ears." Chao Wendong and the rest clasped their hands together. Li Zishuan nodded and said, 2 days ago, His Majesty summoned me to the palace to talk about the Flaming Yellow Bank and the Tang Yuan. During this time, I've already convinced His Majesty to issue the Tang Yuan in the name of the Imperial Court and use the Tang Yuan to gradually replace the copper coins. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and were overjoyed. This was because they all had shares in the Flaming Yellow Bank. If the Tang Yuan could be given credibility to the Imperial Court, then wouldn't it be just a matter of time before the Tang Yuan became the mainstream currency in the Tang Dynasty? At that time, wouldn't they, the original shareholders of the Flaming Yellow Bank, be lying on the ground and counting money? Furthermore, if the Flaming Yellow Bank became a national bank, their social status would also rise along with it. "Thank you, Marquis, for your grace." After the excitement, Chao Wendong and the rest clasped their hands together to express their gratitude. Li Zishuan waved his hands and interrupted, "Don't celebrate too early." His Majesty said that the Flaming Yellow Bank controls the economic lifeline of the Tang Dynasty. This is a serious matter, so the Flaming Yellow Bank must be controlled by the Imperial Court in the future. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere too much. The 9% shares that I promised you at the beginning will definitely not be given to you. Hearing this, the faces of the few people darkened. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. There was indeed no such thing as a free lunch in the world. "Marquis, if the Imperial Court is in charge of issuing the Tang Yuan in the future, the Flaming Yellow Bank will indeed be a national treasure. The few of us are just merchants and have no right to participate in it. I understand Marquis's difficulties." After a moment of silence, Feng Zhihua stood up and clasped his hands together. The rest also hurriedly expressed their understanding. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and then said, "I can't give you the 9% shares, but His Majesty is still willing to give you 5% shares on account of your huge investment in the Flaming Yellow Bank. When the time comes, you can divide this 5% shares according to the amount of copper coins that each of you has contributed. However, there is one point. You will only have the right to dividends and cannot interfere with the operations and management of the bank." Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, all 12 pairs of eyes turned to Li Zishuan in unison. Everyone's breathing quickened, and all of them were so agitated that their necks turned red. After all, they had thought that they had nothing to do with the bank anymore. Li Zishuan's words had undoubtedly brought them back from the brink of death. Although the shares that each of them received had decreased, with the imperial court's participation, the quality of the shares had increased. Even if they were only given 1%, they would definitely earn more than before, let alone 5%. Thank you, Marquis, for putting in a good word for us in front of His Majesty. We will definitely be at Marquis's beck and call in the future and serve him faithfully. Chapter 1252. Under the push of Li Zishuan, Yanhuang Bank started to gradually implement public ownership. This was a process that Yanhuang Bank had to go through if it wanted to survive in Tang Dynasty for a long time. Although the first batch of people who invested in Yanhuang Bank received less shares, their benefits were not reduced at all. In these 2 days, other than being busy writing the development plan of the bank, Li Zishuan also took the time to make a trip to Chang and city to meet Zhang Sunwuji. The old cunning fox had obviously guessed that the Yanhuang Bank would eventually belong to the imperial court. He wasn't surprised at all when he heard the news from Li Zishuan. The old fox was very loyal this time. He promised to help promote Yanhuang Bank to establish itself in Tang Dynasty. This was not only for Li Zishuan, but also for the benefit of the Zhang Sun family. Other than Zhang Sunwuji's family, Li Zishuan also went to Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and Niu Jinda's families. Each family gave 2% of Yanhuang Bank shares. Of course, the 4 families added together gave a total of 200,000 strings of cash to expand Yanhuang Bank's capital. The reason why he did not give it to Li Zishuan was because the current Tang Dynasty's war god was so low-key that he wanted everyone to forget about him. Even if Li Zishuan gave him shares of Yanhuang Bank, why would he want it? Therefore, the Yanhuang Bank was now a true superpower, with assets reaching nearly 700,000 strings of cash. It basically had the appearance of Tang Dynasty's biggest bank. Marquis, I heard that there will be a top-level football tournament on the 8th of March. I wonder if it is possible to advertise on the field, like in the newspaper. Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. After knowing that the Yanhuang Bank was about to become a state-owned bank, everyone excitedly expressed their loyalty. Lin Wenyuan then thought of the football match next month and suddenly had an idea and asked, "What's the matter?" After working with Li Zishuan for so long, these members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce already knew that the slogans in the newspaper for other shops were advertisements. Hearing his words, the rest of the people's eyes lit up, and they all looked eagerly at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan did not expect that someone would think of this. He could not help but look at Lin Wenyuan with admiration. "Boss Lin, you have good taste." He actually saw a business opportunity in football. In fact, this football competition was an excellent opportunity for businessmen or shops who wanted to make a name for themselves. Our football field is very big, so we can put up advertisements for many shops around it. If the businessmen want their shops to be seen by everyone on the football field, they have to pay a sum of money. I call this money advertising fee. The advertising fees can be used to support the continuation of this kind of high-bounty competition. Chao Wendong cupped his fists and smiled. Marquis is wise. How much would the advertising fee be? This Chao wishes to make use of the opportunity of this ranking tournament to introduce the Chao clan's appraisal hall to our friends in the various provinces and counties. This way, when this Chao opens branches in other provinces and counties in the future, it will save us a lot of trouble. Yeah, Marquis. This Lin also wishes to let Qin Zhai show its face in next month's ranking tournament. As soon as Chao Wendong finished speaking, everyone rushed to chime in. Li Zishuan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table for a moment, then said, "As the earliest followers of this Marquis, you will naturally be given preferential treatment in this aspect. How about this? Each of you will pay 1,000 strings of cash, and for the next month, there will be advertisements for your shops on the football field. In a few days, I will inform all the wealthy businessmen in Tang and city to come to the workshop to participate in the bidding for advertising spots in the ranking tournament. The starting bid will be 2,000 strings of cash, and there will only be 15 spots in total. Based on this calculation, just the advertising fee alone would allow them to earn more than 30,000 strings of cash in a single ranking tournament. In addition to the admission fee, they would basically not lose money. In the future, they would be able to turn football into an industry. Although he was rich and wanted to develop football, he would not foolishly use his own money to organize a free football match. Any sport that relied solely on interests and hobbies would never be able to become big and strong. Only industrialization could form a virtuous cycle. Thank you very much, Marquis. Everyone stood up happily and cupped their hands. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "You don't have to thank me. Go back and find someone to make the promotional banner. Then go directly to the Football Association to pay the money." Li Zishuan was thinking of ways to attract investment and get sponsorship for the Football Association. On the other hand, Yan Xiaoning was leading the craftsmen and workers to build the football field. Speaking of which, every time Li Zishuan assigned him a task, it was always the kind of work that was tight on time and heavy with tasks. It was the same for the construction of Yanhuang College. It was the same for the construction of the football field this time. In just over 20 days, they had to build 2 big football fields. If it were not for the recent construction of the dam and Falbert's hiring of many workers and craftsmen, Yan Xiaoning even wanted to quit directly. Tell everyone to hurry up. Before dark, all the bricks, stones, and cement must be in place. Yan Xiaoning had been at the construction site since yesterday. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back and urged the supervisor beside him. "Yes, Commander Yan." In the construction team this time, many people had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College. The supervisor beside Yan Xiaoning was also one of them. That was why he called Yan Xiaoning Commander Yan, because he was the chief commander of the entire construction team back then. Yan Xiaoning nodded. In his mind, he was calculating whether there was enough time. In general, although the time this time was much shorter than the previous time, the amount of work would also be much smaller. The main core of the 2 football fields was a big lawn. There was nothing to fiddle with. They just needed to get people to mow the lawn. The real trouble was the terraced stands around the lawn. That was the main work of the construction team. The only thing that made him happy was that the terrace stands were not like the internal building of Yanhuang College. They did not need to dig a very deep foundation, which could save a lot of time. Moreover, many people in the construction team had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College. They were very experienced in building cement walls, which could save a lot of time. Therefore, in total, it was not impossible to finish in 20 days. As long as there were enough people and materials, there was still a chance. F***CK. Xiao Xian tricked me again, this time. I'm going to have a hard time from now on. This guy really does do whatever he wants. I have to ask him for compensation later. After pondering for a long time, Yan Xiaoning shook his head bitterly and muttered to himself unhappily. He was really unlucky to have made such a bad friend. Chapter 12:53. Due to the hurried construction of the football stadium, the construction of the dam on the Ba River had to be put on hold for more than 10 days. After all, the football stadium was under construction at the same time. If they were to build the dam at this time, there would be a serious shortage of manpower. Fortunately, even if it was delayed for 10 days, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The next morning, before the sun rose, Li Zishuan took a carriage and headed towards Chang and city. In the carriage, there was also a stack of plans for the future development of Yanhuang Bank that Li Zexuan had written over the past few days. Although Li Er had verbally agreed to the bank to issue Tang Yuan and replace the copper coins, changing the currency of Tang Dynasty was a huge matter. No matter what, he had to obtain the consent of the majority of the officials. Therefore, he was here for the morning court. Yanhuang Bank was going to be tested by the civil and military officials in the morning court. Whether he could achieve great things depended on this. Speaking of which, in his previous life, he was only an engineering student. Although he would occasionally pay attention to the country's economic policies or speculate in stocks, in terms of economic understanding, he could only be considered as a beginner. Fortunately, in this life, he had a strong mental strength and superhuman memory. Through these few days of bitter recollections, coupled with the current situation of Tang Dynasty, he finally completed a huge work on the development of an ancient bank. In the eyes of economists, his plan might have been weak, but in this era, it was absolutely epoch-making. If these plans could be carried out, the Great Tang would probably become an economic powerhouse in just a few years. When it came to small countries, one didn't even need to use force to conquer them. One only needed economic sanctions. After waiting outside Taiji Palace for a while, an attendant walked out and announced the start of the morning court. The civil and military officials entered the palace in order. Zhangsun Wuji took a break from his busy schedule and nodded at Li Zexuan, indicating for him to rest assured. This old fellow, when it concerns his own interests, he is more concerned than anyone else. Li Zexuan criticized in his heart towards Zhangsun Wuji. He had always held an attitude of not taking the initiative to get close to him, but also trying his best not to offend him. In his previous life, he had watched countless television dramas and transmigration novels from the Sui and Tang Dynasty. He could only respect and distance himself from Zhangsun Wuji. This was because the old fox's scheming characteristics had left a deep impression on him. After entering Taiji Palace and exchanging greetings, the morning court session officially began. The ministers began to report some trivial matters in Li Zexuan's eyes. Sometimes he felt quite tired for Li Erxin. He had to manage such a big country and had to take care of everything and make decisions. He was like a nanny or a stay-at-home dad who had to take care of the country's daily needs at all times. If Li Zexuan was in his shoes, he would not be willing to be such an emperor. It was too tiring. He would rather be a carefree marquis. However, Fang Xuanling's report attracted Li Zexuan's attention. Your Majesty, the spring plowing of the provinces and counties has begun. However, this year's drought is worse than last year's. It will be very difficult for the people to farm, especially the provinces and counties in the northeast. The people there need the curved plows and cattle. I hope that Your Majesty can order the Ministry of Works to build more curved plows and distribute them along with the cattle. This will not affect the people's spring plowing. Last year, not only did Chang and have little rain and snow, but other places also had little rain and snow. Due to the climate in the south, the land was still moist. However, the entire north had been dry for several months. Fang Xianling said that the drought was worse than last year's, and that was not an exaggeration at all. Li Er's face darkened. Xianling is right, official Yan. The Ministry of Works should hurry up and build the curved plows for the provinces and counties. If the production capacity is not enough, we will borrow Marquis Yong An's workshop. Today, Li Zexuan's new workshop's production capacity had already surpassed that of the Ministry of Works. Sometimes, even Li Er had to rely on this workshop. Yan Lai stepped forward and bowed. This old subject obeys the decree. Li Er then looked at Li Zexuan and asked, Marquis Yong, and do you have any objections? Li Zichuan also stepped forward and bowed. This subject naturally has no objections. The People's Spring plowing affects the livelihood of millions of families. No matter how busy this subject's workshop is, it will definitely cooperate with the Ministry of Works to build the curved plows. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Li Zichuan's bulging sleeves and said loudly, I heard that Marquis Yong and has something important to report to me today. Quickly say it. Li Zichuan's mouth twitched. What do you mean by I have something important to report to you? You were the one who urged me to come, all right? At such a crucial moment, you actually pretended that it was none of your business. Aren't you ashamed? Although he cursed in his heart, Li Zichuan still took this opportunity and bowed. This subject does indeed have something important to report to your majesty. Say it. Li Er replied with a mem. Li Zichuan clasped his hands and took out a thick document from his sleeves. Raising it above his head, he said, This subject wishes to hand the Yen Huang Bank over to the imperial court to manage. I hope that your majesty can give the Yen Huang Bank the right to issue Tang Yuan and use Tang Yuan to gradually replace copper coins. This will completely solve the problem of the Great Tang's lack of money. This is the initial development plan for the Yen Huang Bank that this subject has drafted recently. Your Majesty, please take a look. The moment he said that, the entire hall fell silent. Although the officials did not know how much money the Yen Huang Bank had, they knew that the Yen Huang Bank definitely had a lot of money. Thus, when they heard that Li Zichuan wanted to hand the Yen Huang Bank over to the imperial court, the officials were first shocked. Then, they all looked at Li Zichuan. Oh, more accurately, they were looking at Li Zichuan, who was standing in front of him. They wanted to know what decision Li Er would make. This subject will take a look first. All of you can also give your opinions. Since the Marquis of Yong and is here today, we can reply in person. Zhao Song stepped forward and took the book from Li Zichuan's hands and handed it to Li Er. Li Er lowered his head and said softly. Li Zichuan was stunned. He secretly scolded old Li for not being loyal. Did he want him to debate with the scholars alone? I can't do it. Furthermore, this wasn't how the script was written. Fang Xianling did not care what Li Zichuan was thinking. He was just stating the facts. He stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, this old subject has said before that the right to coin must be in the hands of the imperial court. Since the Marquis of Yong and has handed the bank over to the imperial court, then the imperial court can use it to issue Tang Yuan and replace copper coins. However, since the Marquis of Yong and has handed over the bank, the imperial court must compensate him accordingly. Fang Xianling did not have any prejudice against Tang Yuan. In the past, he only felt that the place of issuance should not be decided by the bank, but by the imperial court. Now that the Yen Huang Bank had become the asset of the imperial court, he naturally would not have any objections. Chapter 1254. We second the motion. Morning Court, Taiji Palace. After Fang Xianling took the lead to express his support for Tang Yuan and Yen Huang Bank, several other ministers followed suit, especially the generals led by Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin. For them, whether Tang used copper coins or Tang Yuan in the future, it didn't seem to have much impact. If Tang Yuan replaced copper coins, they would even find it more convenient. Every time the Tang army went on an expedition, although they brought most of their food and fodder, they would also bring some copper coins. On one hand, they might need to replenish supplies in the nearby counties on the way. On the other hand, it was to give food or rewards to the soldiers. If the scale of the expedition was relatively large, they would bring a lot of copper coins. Even if they used ox carts, they would have to pull many carts. Therefore, if Tang Yuan could become a recognized currency everywhere, it would be much easier for the army to carry the cart when they went to war. In addition to these, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and the others were now shareholders of Yanhuang Bank. It was also very beneficial for them to promote the public of the bank and the monetization of Tang Yuan. Your Majesty, I think this matter shouldn't be rushed. Just when the discussion was one-sided, Du Ruhui stood up and bowed to Li Er. With a serious face, he said, Your Majesty, since the Qin and Han dynasties, all the dynasties have used copper coins. If the imperial court rashly uses Tang Yuan to replace copper coins, I'm afraid the people won't believe it. Because copper mines are hard to find and difficult to mine. Our Tang Empire is currently facing a shortage of money. But it is precisely because of this shortage of money that our Tang Empire's food, cloth, and other things are so cheap. This Tang Yuan is printed on paper, so it is naturally not limited like copper coins. This is a scourge locked in a cage. If one day the printing of Tang Yuan is released, the price of food and cloth in our Tang Empire will soar rapidly. At that time, the people will not be able to eat and wear clothes. This is a sign of chaos. Your Majesty, please think twice before you act and be extremely cautious. While Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were scheming, Du Ruhui was decisive. But in terms of foresight, Du Ruhui's level of thinking and depth was something that few people in the court could match. As someone from the ancient era, he was actually able to predict that an overshoot of the currency would bring inflation to the Great Tang. Even Li Zishuan couldn't help but admire his foresight. As soon as Du Ruhui finished speaking, many of the officials in the civil officials' camp seemed to have woken up from a dream. Their faces were solemn. Obviously, they also felt that Du Ruhui's words were reasonable. Your Majesty, Lai Gong is right. We must be cautious about the matter between Tang Yuan and the bank. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to imitate Tang Yuan, if a skilled craftsman were to be able to do so, the imperial court would suffer a huge loss. Du Ruhui's title was Duke Lai. A middle-aged official wearing a blue court robe walked out from the group of civil officials and cupped his fists. Who is this person? Why do you look so unfamiliar? Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. Yes, Li Zishuan. Do you agree with Du Ruhui's and Physician Yan's opinions? Li Er raised his head and asked Li Zishuan. Physician Yan. Old Li probably knew that Li Zishuan didn't recognize this middle-aged official and purposely mentioned his surname and official position. Speaking of which, if not for Du Ruhui personally leading the way, Li Er would still be immersed in Li Zishuan's development plan for the Yanhuang Bank. It wasn't that the plan was brilliant, but that many of the ideas in it were very attractive. If not for the fact that this wasn't the right place, Old Li would have already slapped the table and cheered. Li Zishuan bowed slightly and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, Lai Gong's words just now can be said to be far-sighted. This subject is truly impressed. However, Lai Gong's and Physician Yan's worries aren't without a solution. First, regarding Lai Gong's worry that the bank will print too many Tang Yuan, there is no need for any of you to worry about this. This is because for now, every Tang Yuan printed by the Yanhuang Bank will be matched with a copper coin of the corresponding value. There will definitely not be any more than that. Secondly, in the future, when Tang Yuan completely replaces the copper coins, the amount of money that the bank needs to print will be determined by how much money Tang needs. When that time comes, the bank will set up a statistical department to calculate the number of Tang Yuan that needs to be printed every year. The results will be personally decided by His Majesty. As for the problem that Physician Yan mentioned about Tang Yuan being copied, there is no need to worry about that. Firstly, the printing of Tang Yuan uses many anti-counterfeiting methods. The paper, patterns, serial numbers, seals, hidden lines, etc. These are all unique. Secondly, physician Yen said that Tang Yuan can be copied, but is it impossible for copper coins to be copied? The middle-aged official glared at him and said, "Who dares?" The design of the copper coins was personally decided by the Emperor Emeritus. If anyone were to copy them, they would undoubtedly die. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "That's right." However, has physician Yen ever considered that when Tang Yuan becomes the currency of His Majesty, if anyone were to copy it, they would also die? That middle-aged official was stunned. Obviously, he had neglected this extremely important point. Upon seeing this, Li Zixuan clasped his hands towards Lier and continued, "If His Majesty decides to use Tang Yuan as the currency, then I suggest that His Majesty devise torture methods to severely punish those who copy Tang Yuan. At the same time, the paper used to print Tang Yuan must be strictly prohibited from being sold privately by commoners and merchants. Violators will also be severely punished. With so many factors, I believe that the difficulty of copying Tang Yuan will definitely be much higher than copying copper coins." Lier nodded and said, "Marquis Yong, Anne's words are not without reason. Does anyone have any objections?" Du Ruhui shook his head and retreated. Zhang Sun Wuji finally came forward and gave the final word. Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan are definitely beneficial to the country and the people. Although there are some flaws, the flaws do not obscure the jade. I believe that the promotion of Tang Yuan is imperative. As the head of the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji's words carried a lot of weight. After hearing what he said, no one else stood out to object. I agree. Upon seeing this, Li Zixuan could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Things were progressing smoothly. Speaking of which, he had prepared a lot of lines that he had yet to say. With the situation settled, Lier raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Since no one has any objections, then from today onwards, Yanhuang Bank will belong to the Imperial Court and will be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue, starting from Chang, and all merchants, restaurants, tea houses, and other places that have transactions are not allowed to refuse to use Tang Yuan as payment. Violators will be severely punished. Yanhuang Bank's official office will be located at Vermilion Bird Avenue, Marquis Yong, and will temporarily be in charge of all matters of the bank. Those who have previously invested money in Yanhuang Bank will be able to obtain a certain percentage of the bank's dividends every year as compensation." Chapter 1255. Uncle Chung, who is that Dr. Yen from the morning court? Why do I not recognize him? After the morning court, Li Zixuan whispered to Cheng Yaojin outside the palace. "Ha, it's normal that you don't know him. That person is called Yen Xiangshi. He was originally one of the 18 scholars of the King of Qin's residence. He was just promoted by His Majesty a few days ago. He's almost on the same side as that old fogey Wei Xuanqing." "Oh, right, you don't know him, but you definitely know his father." Li Zixuan asked curiously, "I know his father?" "Uncle Chung, are you talking about Mr. Yen?" Among the people he knew, the only one with the surname Yen was Yen Silu. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel incredulous. Yen Silu had never mentioned that he had a son in front of him. Cheng Yaojin nodded with a smile and said, "Ha, that's right. Yen Xiangshi is Yen Silu's eldest son. Sai, the Yen family has really produced talents for generations. Old Cheng, am so envious." Although his Cheng family now had both power and money, especially after Li Zixuan started to lead the four families to make money together, the Cheng family didn't lack money to spend. However, old Cheng still felt that there was a flaw in this otherwise perfect situation. That was that the Cheng family lacked talents. Unlike Yen Silu's family, where all three generations were promising. Ha ha, Uncle Chung, what are you saying? Chumo's future prospects will definitely not disappoint you. Li Zishuan put in a good word for his good brother. Chung Yaojin spat on the side of the road, without caring about his image, and said unhappily, "Nonsense! What kind of future can that kid have?" But now, with your help, the Chung family has obtained the shares of the Yanhuang Bank. Every year, they can get a lot of money. Even if Chumo and Chuliang don't have any future prospects with this iron rice bowl, they won't starve to death. Our four families are all thanks to you. Anyone could see that the Yanhuang Bank was definitely an awesome department that would never lose money. It was not an exaggeration to call it an iron rice bowl. Uncle Chung is too polite. Little nephew once said that the Chung and Li families are no longer separated. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Chung Yaojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed loudly. Good, good, good. Ha ha ha. Choax didn't recognize the wrong brother, and old Chung, also didn't misjudge him. 2 days later, recently, more and more teams had poured into Chang and City, making the world's largest metropolis more and more lively. However, today, the commoners suddenly discovered that there was a newly decorated official residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue. On top of it hung a plaque with the words, "Great Tang, Yanhuang Bank." After seeing the words on the signboard, the commoners who had previously rushed to Lantian County to purchase bicycles immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Yo, Great Tang, Yanhuang Bank. Was it the manor that Marquis built in Lantian County? The names are all the same. It's really possible, but shouldn't this bank be in Lantian County? Why did he come to Chang? And could it be that Marquis is planning to build a bank in Chang, and those who had used Tang Yuan before would be moved by its unique portability? Previously, when they were rushing to buy bicycles in Lantian County, many people secretly fantasized about when Chang and City would have a Yanhuang Bank like Lantian County. Who would have thought that in just a few days, their fantasies would come true? Are you stupid? Even if Marquis wants to open a bank in Chang and City, he should open it in the East and West cities. Why would he be at Vermilion Bird Avenue? A smart person felt that something was wrong and immediately retorted. Vermilion Bird Avenue was a street that was close to the Imperial City. Many of the official residences of the Imperial Court were located here. Therefore, this street contained deep political meaning. How could a small shop be placed here? Then what is the meaning of this bank? Hey, you ask me, but who should I ask? Just wait. I believe there will be some news about this in today's Tang Daily. Of course, most of them were looking forward to Li Zishuan opening a bank in Chang'an City. This was because Tang Yuan was more convenient to use than copper coins. That was an indisputable fact. Newspapers are being sold. Newspapers are being sold. The freshly printed Tang Daily. His Majesty has decided to open a bank and use Tang Yuan. The latest issue of Tang Daily was sold on time at 7:45 a.m. The staff at the kiosk and the children selling newspapers on the streets shouted loudly. What? His Majesty wants to open a bank. Quick, quick, quick. Kid, give me a copy of the newspaper. On the 23rd of February in the first year of Jingguan, the Emperor of Tang Empire decreed that all merchants, restaurants, tea houses, and other places that do business must not refuse to use Tang Yuan for payment. Violators will be punished with immediate effect. Hiss! So this is what the bank on Vermilion Bird Avenue is all about. That's great. I don't have to carry copper coins when I buy things in the future. Ha ha! What's a bank? What's Tang Yuan? Ha ha! You haven't been to Lantian County in the past few days, right? Look, this Tang Yuan looks like this. Doesn't it look good? It does look good, but it's just a piece of paper. Wouldn't it be easy for others to fake it? Hey, of course not. The real Tang Yuan. If you face the light, you'll be able to see the words hidden inside. Take a look if you don't believe me. Hiss, there really are words. How magical. How can something made by the Marquis of Yong and not be magical? Just nice. Today's Tang Daily has a news article that teaches people how to identify the real Tang Yuan. Take a good look. Other than announcing Li Er's decision in the imperial court yesterday, Li Zixuan also thoughtfully ordered someone to write a tutorial on how to identify the real Tang Yuan in today's Tang Daily. As the saying goes, with the tutorial in hand, the world is mine. By then, even if there was a fearless fake Tang Yuan, it would be difficult to fool anyone. All the shopkeepers in Chang and city began to act. They ordered their waiters and accountants to learn how to identify Tang Yuan as soon as possible. Apart from that, the merchants and commoners also brought their copper coins to the Yanhuang Bank to exchange for Tang Yuan. After all, this thing was light and didn't take up much space. Who wouldn't like it? In the end, the credibility of the imperial court was still the most effective. At this time, no one doubted whether Tang Yuan had any value or whether he could be exchanged for copper coins of equivalent value. This was because they believed that the great Emperor Li Er wouldn't lie to them. Even the football teams and merchants from other places couldn't help but want to exchange all their copper coins for Tang Yuan after seeing the news on Tang Daily. Therefore, the Yanhuang Bank in Chang and city was destined to be overcrowded when it opened for the first time. Chapter 1256. Hey, boss, this Tang Yuan is quite good-looking, and it's convenient to use. The capital is indeed the capital. It's much more prosperous than Jiangnan. In the east of Chang and city, in a luxurious mansion, a young man in tight clothes said excitedly as he held the Tang Yuan he had just exchanged from the bank. Judging from his words, this group of people should be from Jiangnan. The old man in luxurious clothes opposite the young man had a reserved aura. Judging from his mannerisms, he was definitely someone who had been in a high position for a long time. However, he didn't put on airs in front of the young man. He smiled gently and said, "Actually, Chang and city didn't have so many new tricks 2 years ago. It was only since last year that these things started to appear. Qiming, you guys have to practice hard. If our Wind Thunder team can be promoted to a Division 2 team, everyone will be rewarded with 50 strings of coins. If we can be promoted to a Division 1 team, everyone will be rewarded with 100 strings of coins. We'll let you guys have fun in Chang and city." It turned out that this was a team from Jiangnan. Speaking of which, teams in this era weren't as formal as modern teams. There were club presidents, club managers, team coaches, and so on. Teams in this era usually only had one person who set up the team and 11 players. Many teams didn't even have substitutes. The players usually called the founder of the team boss. Overall, it was very different from modern football teams. Recently, hundreds of teams had flocked to Chang and city. The boss and the players of the teams usually stayed in the inns in Chang and city. However, this team was actually staying in such a luxurious mansion. It could be seen that the old man's wealth or status was definitely extraordinary. Hee. Thank you, boss. But don't worry, boss. According to what I know, our Wind Thunder team's strength in the entire South is definitely in the top 10, if not the top 3, during the drawing of lots. Unless we're extremely unlucky and are placed in the same group as all the strong teams, we'll definitely have a chance to advance to the knockout round. In the knockout round, we'll at least get a spot in a Division 2 team. If we work harder, a Division 1 team will be within reach. A young man beside the old man laughed and said, "Ha, Sun Qiming, play well. If you play well, not only will my father reward you, but I'll also reward you handsomely. If you don't play well, Qianjun, don't talk nonsense." Then he looked at the young man named Sun Qiming and said with a smile, "Qiming, you don't have to worry about anything. Just do your best. My Jiangnan's Zheng clan is not a cold-blooded clan that doesn't care about feelings." Sun Qiming cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, boss. Qiming and our brothers will serve the Zheng family to the death." "Yes, go." The old man waved his hand and smiled. On the first day that Tang Yuan was online, the exchange volume was extremely high. The local citizens of Chang and were especially active in exchanging. The teams and businessmen from other places felt that they were weaker than the others when they went out to eat or drink, and they had to carry a heavy bag of copper coins when they saw other people paying with just a few pieces of paper. In less than 2 days, they were all swayed and exchanged a portion of their copper coins for Tang Yuan. This Tang Yuan craze quickly spread to the counties near Chang and city. Lantian County was the first county to announce that all businesses in the county would support Tang Yuan settlement. Xinfeng County followed closely behind and announced that they could use Tang Yuan. The remaining counties followed suit. Within 3 days, the 22 counties under the jurisdiction of the imperial government had all completed the process of popularizing Tang Yuan. At the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank, they were also intensively expanding. First, Li Zishuan requested Xiao Yu to mobilize 72 officials who were proficient in the new mathematics from the Ministry of Revenue to strengthen the grassroots cadres of the Yanhuang Bank. After that, he set up branches of the Yanhuang Bank in the counties that had announced their support for Tang Yuan settlement. The 22 counties all started a recruitment frenzy. In a short period of time, those who knew how to keep accounts, especially those who knew the new mathematics, all became hot commodities and were recruited into the branches of the bank. After some training, they were officially on the job. "Your Highness, according to what I know, the expansion of the Yanhuang Bank is too fast these days. I estimate that the Tang Yuan they exchange every day is worth hundreds of thousands of copper coins." In a courtyard of the Honglu Temple, Yoko Ono bowed and said, "On the table in front of the big brother on the mountain back, there was a small pile of Tang Yuan of different denominations. At this moment, he was holding a 100 yuan note and looking at it carefully. Hearing this, he sighed and said, 'Too smart.' This Tang Yuan was truly too ingenious. The paper, the pattern, the color, the feel, and the anti-counterfeiting seal, all of them are heavenly workmanship. The technology that the Marquis of Yong'an's workshop has is too incredible. If only the nation also had such an advanced workshop, how good would that be?" Yoko Ono's eyes flashed with a trace of fanaticism. He said loudly, "I believe that Your Highness will definitely be able to let the nation's citizens live a good life like the Tang Empire in the future. When the time comes, the nation will definitely have a workshop like the Marquis of Yong'an's." The big brother on the mountain back shook his head and said, "If the nation wants to be strong, they must learn from the Tang Empire's culture and technology. These Tang Yuan have the Tang Emperor personally vouching for them. Furthermore, they are of superior quality and are difficult for ordinary people to copy. Using them is many times more convenient than the Tang Empire's Kaiyuan Tongbao. Our Neon Nation will also start using Tang Yuan in the future. This time, when we return to our country, we will use a ship of Tang Yuan to go back." At the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, Neon also used the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang Dynasty as their currency. Later, in the Nara period around 708 AD, Neon began to issue the Heidong Kaibao, followed by the Wanyan Tongbao, Shenggong Kaibao, Longping Yongbao, Fusho Shenbao, Qinghe Changbao, Changyan Tongbao, Raoi Shenbao, Zhengguan Yongbao, Quanping Debao, and so on. In short, it was very chaotic. The people mainly used the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang Dynasty. In addition, This Kaiyuan Tongbao was not released during Li Longji's Kaiyuan Golden Age. In the 4th year and 7th month of the Wuda era, Tang Gaozu, Li Yuan issued an edict to abolish the 5-baht coin and personally directed the production of Ouyang Sun to create a unified Kaiyuan Tongbao. The two words Kaiyuan referred to the founding of a country and the beginning of a new era. It had nothing to do with Li Longji's era name. Kaiyuan. Hi. Yoko Ono bowed and cupped her fists. If Li Zishuan, who was inspecting the construction site of the football field in Lantian County, knew about the decision of the big brother on the mountain back, he would definitely be overjoyed. After all, this was the first foreign exchange earned for the Tang Dynasty after the release of Tang Yuan. In the future, Tang Yuan would face the whole world. Today, it was just a small step.